Good morning. It is now 5 o'clock, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. And if you thought yesterday was chilly, check out our forecast for today with Stefano.
It's colder this morning. We're around 30 waking up and getting out the door. This afternoon, we're increasing that cloud cover. It's a chillier day all around for us. But notice the second half of the day, the wind direction changes again. It starts to come more from the south-southwest, so that will help usher in warmer air later on.
Yeah, and that'll extend into tomorrow. It'll be a bit warmer tomorrow than we've seen all week. A dramatic escalation with Venezuela. The U.S. has now seized an oil tanker off the coast of Venezuela.
Navy helicopters swooping in, swarming the ship. U.S. Coast Guard forces rappelling down onto the deck. President Trump before the cameras.
We've just seized a tanker on the coast of Venezuela.
Attorney General Pam Bondi says the tanker was used to transport sanctioned oil from Venezuela and Iran and is part of an illicit oil shipping network supporting foreign terrorist organizations.
ABC's Martha Raddatz there. President Trump also saying that, quote, other things are happening, and you'll be seeing that later. Fired over a social media post, a Tennessee woman is suing the state.
A Nashville woman is suing the state of Tennessee after getting fired over a Facebook post about Charlie Kirk. She said Kirk was a white supremacist. Monica Meeks, a longtime state employee and Army veteran, says her off-duty comment was protected free speech. The Department of Commerce and Insurance claims her post brought the agency into disrepute. Meeks is asking for reinstatement and damages in the federal lawsuit. Ken Weaver, WTN News.
Market numbers now brought to you by Beacon Capital Management. Online at beaconcm.com.
Stocks rallied on another quarter-point interest rate cut from the Federal Reserve, with the Dow once again getting closer to its all-time record. The Dow adding 497 points to close at 48,057. The S&P gained 46. The Nasdaq rose 77. Fed Chair Jerome Powell said again on Wednesday that the central bank is in a difficult position because the job market is facing downward pressure when inflation is facing upward pressure at the same time. Planeteer Technologies rose nearly 4% after saying the U.S. Navy would use its artificial intelligence as part of a $448 million program. GameStop lost nearly 4% after reporting weaker revenue for the latest quarter than what analysts expected. Oil companies have offered $279 million for drilling rights in the Gulf in the first offshore lease sale in the region since 2023. Michelle Franzen, ABC News.
By the way, those oil drilling rights in the Gulf of America. Hard for that anchor to say. Right now, the Dow futures are down 104. We've got NASDAQ futures down 197 and the S&P futures falling 38 points. That is the latest news. We've got your traffic coming up next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Big problems this morning at Mount Juliet on I-40. The eastbound lanes between Golden Bear Gateway, the Beckwith Road exit, that's 229, and Gallatin 232. That highway is shut down this morning. There was a crash in there, and there's a cleanup underway right now. Again, I-40 eastbound between exits 229 and 232. Highway is shut down. Looks like they're cleaning up, and it may be potentially opening soon. We'll keep an eye on it for you. It's pretty slow this morning on the southbound. Make that the northbound lanes of 65 in the Goodlettsville area heading northward. Looks like it's just heavy volume there. Things are looking good so far on 24 westbound. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.506 Nashville's morning news on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. I want to get this. So we captured a Venezuelan oil tanker now. So we took out a bunch of drug boats. Good. Thumbs up. Now we've taken over an oil tanker. I love this. Do you know what this is, Joan?
What is it?
This is peace through strength.
Yes.
This is exactly what this is. Now, I haven't heard how anyone else has been covering this, but this is basically President Trump going after Venezuela and Iran for funding terrorists. That's what this whole thing is all about. I love that the president is doing this. And I don't know if Democrats are, freaking out about this like they always do.
Well, I can tell you how ABC is covering it.
Oh, okay. I didn't hear. How did ABC cover it?
This is an escalation. President Trump is escalating into a war with Venezuela. He said he's a peacemaker. Look what he's doing now.
Do you know what? Here's the thing, is that, do you remember, I don't know if you were with me at that point, probably not, Joan, but way back when, no, you weren't. But when Biden comes into the White House, right? Mm-hmm. Donald Trump had implemented a bunch of sanctions on Iran. Joe Biden comes in and he basically ignores the Iranian sanctions.
Yes.
And so then Iran is allowed to sell oil to the likes of, China and Russia and so forth. That gets Iran a whole bunch of money. They use that money to fund Hamas, who then attacks Israel.
Yeah.
That's what this whole thing is all about.
Yeah.
I couldn't wait to get on the air today. Because I was like, I was really excited that he's done this. Venezuela, they're lucky that Trump didn't sink the damn thing, but obviously he wouldn't. There's a bunch of oil on this tanker. So this is Donald Trump. He was talking about this yesterday.
Interesting day from the standpoint of news. As you probably know, we've just seized a tanker on the coast of Venezuela. Large tanker, very large. Largest one ever seized, actually. And other things are happening, so you'll be seeing that later, and you'll be talking about that later with some other people.
So that is President Trump. Now, the big question is, when he said, I don't know, something about we'll be doing some other things later, something like that.
You'll be talking about this later with some other people. Way to be specific.
Master communicator,
yes.
Donald Trump.
Yes.
But anyway, so we know, everybody knows, we've been talking about it. We've got that massive military presence in the Caribbean. The president says we'll probably just keep the tanker and the oil. This thing has somewhere around apparently 1.8 million barrels of oil. I mean, that's a lot of oil. So this particular tanker has been sanctioned by the United States because we say it has been involved in illicit oil shipping. And so it's been sanctioned. Because ultimately what happens is they sell this oil on the black market, and that supports foreign terrorist organizations. Basically, Venezuela has been working with Iran and Hezbollah in oil purchases and trades skirting sanctions. They've been selling oil on the black market, utilizing this tanker. They call it the Skipper, I guess. And so we've sanctioned this particular oil tanker. And again, just putting the whole thing into perspective, Biden allowed these kind of ships. You know, Trump, can I be honest? If I'm going to ding Trump for anything, he should have done this sooner. I mean, I would have liked to have seen this this ship, because it's been, you know, sailing around doing this for quite some time. But Biden, of course, allowed Venezuela and Iran to just sell as much oil as they possibly could because Biden was weak. And Biden couldn't find peace through strength if it knocked him in the head. So these were sanctions placed on Iran back in 2018. Biden comes into office, looks the other way, basically allowed Iran to sell oil, and they made, I mean, it was billions of dollars. I remember this whole storyline. It was billions of dollars that eventually paved the way for Iran to pay Hamas to invade Israel. And so Donald Trump is obviously sick and tired of this happening. He's going after Maduro. I mean, he does not want Maduro in power in Venezuela, and neither do the Venezuelans, quite frankly. You know, I thought it was interesting because Jay Tapper. Hey, Joan, can I ask you a sidebar question?
Yeah.
Can you look at Jay Tapper? Has he had some work done?
Oh.
I'm asking a question because he looks slightly different. Either he's lost a lot of weight or he's had some work done or something. I don't know. But old Jake was on with Chuck Schumer, and Chuck actually didn't really even seem particularly outraged over this.
Do you disagree with President Trump's ultimate goal of regime change in Venezuela?
Look, the bottom line is President Trump throws out so many different things in so many different ways. You don't even know what the heck he's talking about. You know, obviously, if Maduro would just flee on his own, everyone would like that. But we don't know what the heck he's up to when he talks about that. So it's very, very, you cannot say, I endorse this, I endorse that, when Trump is all over the lot, not very specific, and very worrisome at how far he might escalate.
So it's a little hard to pin down exactly what it is that Schumer's talking about there, but he's not exactly condemning Donald Trump taking over this oil vessel. But here's what's happening with the Trump administration. 3 words: peace through strength. You have a president actually showing peace through strength. Other presidents have let Iran and Venezuela and other nations get away with skirting these sanctions and bringing drugs into our country and funding terrorism for far too long. So now we have a president that is actually doing something about it, and I love that. That's a good thing, not a bad thing, unless, of course, you are a Democrat. Let's also, by the way, remember that Venezuela does sell a lot of oil to China. This boat, the Skipper, was on its way to Cuba, then to Asia. So I don't know. I've not seen where it was specifically going to go to China. But here's the deal, is that Donald Trump is doing absolutely the right thing. By the way, for people that haven't read this part of the story, this ship, it's like you know what they call these? They call these ghost ships. And so they have falsified location data and like fake identifiers. And so that's why they call them ghost ships. And they sort of just, you know, sail around, and they are under the radar, if you will. So I love what the president is doing, and I think this is exactly the right call. We'll have to see if the president ends up going into Venezuela. We're going to talk about Sam has pulled up the size of the Venezuelan army versus our military. So we'll talk about that. And of course, when you talk about Venezuela and what they're up to and their military, that's all fine, well and good. But you have to remember China and Iran, they are always in the mix. We've got more on this. Straight ahead, it is 5:15 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. Joan is, I don't know who's doing the traffic. I'm so confused.
Yep.
All right, Joan is doing the traffic at 5:15. Go.
Yeah, there is a problem on I-40 this morning. The eastbound lanes in Mount Juliet closed between exit 229 and 232. That's a crash there, and they're working on the cleanup now. So it is closed in that area, and it's very slow as well. So be careful this morning as you're headed eastbound on 40. Once again, 40 eastbound closed between 229 and 232 as they clean up a crash. Things are looking good. Otherwise, on the major roadways heading into Nashville, traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Joan. As far as your weather for today, cloudy.
What is it?
You know what I almost said? Clarity. Okay,
It's a
from
new
now
one.
on Nashville's Morning News, if it's going to be like partly cloudy, I'll just call it Clarity.
That's good.
Isn't that good?
Yeah, let's call Webster's.
Let's call Stefano DiPietro and say we've got a new term for partly cloudy. We're just going to call it Clarity.
At Get Dark Time, it'll be Clarity.
Shut up, Sam. All right, cloudy and cool, high of 42, going to feel like 38. Thank you for listening to Super Talk 99.7 WTN. So this is GB News out of London. Now, I don't know if this is like the, in London, like the malcontent conservative television station or whatever in London, but they're talking about President Trump taking over this oil tanker, and listen to what they say about the president taking over this oil tanker.
This is really about sanctions busting, really, because the Venezuelan regime, of course, is illegally exporting oil, and it ends up in China. And so the United States basically is enforcing the sanctions that are in place. This is a very impressive military operation. It's American exceptionalism writ large here, and 3 cheers to President Trump, I think, for launching this kind of raid. We can't imagine, for example, Keir Starmer doing something like this.
No.
And so this is the United States, the world superpower, flexing its muscles on the world stage against a vicious, brutal communist tyrant. And that's a great thing to see, the United States actually taking action here. The United States really is standing up, I think, to one of the most odious regimes on the face of the earth. And if Maduro actually ends up being thrown out of office as a result of the U.S. action, great. He's a dictator and a tyrant.
All right, so there you go. So GB News out of London does agree. And I don't know, have you seen the video, Joan, of the U.S. with the helicopters?
Oh, yeah.
And they're coming in.
It's
and
impressive.
They're, what do you call it? They're in the helicopters, and then they just take this cable and
They're rappelling down.
They rappel onto the ship.
Yeah.
And no resistance whatsoever. Like none at all. So, I mean, I don't know if they knew that they were sunk. I mean, they knew that they were going to be captured.
Yeah.
And I think that they've been allowed to do this, sail around and sell oil on the black market for far too long. And so I think that they weren't expecting it.
No, let's be real. They probably only had in the budget to have like one AK-47 on that boat.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And, I don't know what they're going to do. Here's what I want to know. What are they going to do with the people that were working on the boat? Remember when Iran took one of our who did they grab? Iran grabbed some of our Navy guys. Remember that? When this was like, supposedly we sailed into their waters or something, and so they had video of our guys on this little boat, and they had our guys at gunpoint. Remember that whole thing way back when?
2016.
Was it 2016?
Yeah, it was 10 U.S. Navy sailors and 2 riverine boats in the Persian Gulf.
Yeah. So we didn't do that.
And they drifted in there by mechanical failure.
Is that what that was? Mm-hmm. Okay. So we didn't do that where there's video of us holding these people at gunpoint. I wonder what we're going to do. I don't think we're taking them hostage or prisoner or anything, are we? I don't know. I have no idea.
Wow.
I should probably find that part of the story. I mean, they're breaking sanctions anyway. So I don't know.
They didn't put them on a dinghy and send them off. I'm sure they have them in custody.
Yeah. I think this is a good thing, though. I love when the president does these things, and he does show peace through strength. So good on President Trump. Now,
we put these sanctions on these vessels for years and years and years, and nobody has ever done anything about it.
Nobody. Joan, do you know how many years I've been screaming about this?
Yeah.
About when I saw this story, I was really excited. And admittedly, I started, like monologuing at Amy. Her eyes
she must love that.
Her eyes start glazing over. There are times I know that my wife is like, I did not sign up for this. But anyway, so I was very excited about this. And you're right. American presidents have allowed this to go on for far too long.
Yeah.
Donald Trump finally doing something about it. And, it did look like you heard the guy from GB News. very precise mission.
Yes.
Just like the mission where we took out Iran's nuclear site, the missile sites. So, I mean, I think, 2 for 2 as far as some of these military operations. And I guess we're going to keep this boat. We're going to keep the oil. And now the question is going to be, number one, what happens with the other ghost ships that are sailing around?
Yes.
Because, there's more, and we found this one, and certainly we can find others. I don't know how difficult it was for the Trump administration to find this one, but I say we just keep grabbing them. And that is a message to Iran, obviously a message to Venezuela. Maduro is in big trouble. It is a message to China as well. And Venezuela's military, Trump, there's this big conversation about whether or not we're going to go in militarily and send ground troops into Venezuela. But, I mean, let's be honest, their military is small. I mean, you were telling me off the air.
Not just small. So when it comes to the worldwide index of military global firepower, we're number 1. Venezuela ranks 50th. And in comparison, their active personnel, the officials will claim inside of Venezuela that there's 300,000 in their military right now.
Right.
Even if that was true, the real numbers seem to be about 125,000.
So
we've got 1.3 million across all branches.
So then the question is, okay, so if we go into Venezuela, then does China get involved? Who's going to get involved? Is Russia going to get involved? Because Venezuela has business dealings with both China and Russia. Russia, a lot of military equipment, China with oil. So the question is, how far would China and Russia go to protect Venezuela? And it would be a lot easier for everybody if Maduro left one way or another. And trust me when I say I'm not advocating for regime change. I'm not a regime change kind of guy, because trust me when I say I know how south that can go. But this is one of those stories that is going to be continuously developing, and we'll continue to watch it here on Nashville's Morning News. It is 5:22. Joan's got the news at 5:30. Joan.
Yeah, coming up here in the news, how the state has responded to the Davidson County judges demanding extra security because of Congressman Andy Ogle's Facebook post. Also, 1,000 new jobs coming to Clarksville. We'll tell you about that, too, coming up at 5:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
527. Hey, Joan.
Yeah.
Wait till you hear my choice for Christmas music at 5:35.
You mean this wasn't yours?
No, oddly enough, it wasn't. I don't even know what this is. But you know what I need? Do you know how I have trouble sleeping?
Yeah.
I could just play all of Sam's Christmas bumper music. That's what I could do, and it'll
right
put me
out.
right to sleep.
Yeah.
Hey, so apparently we are getting ready to put down a guy who, I guess, raped and murdered a woman way back in 1988, Harold Wayne Nichols.
Why do we have to include middle names? I'm sorry. It's one of those things. Like, why? Why do we have to include middle names?
I don't know.
It's an identifier.
Ugh.
Well, listen, when I do something bad, they'll call me Dan Angelo Mandis. What's your middle name, Joan?
Come on.
Come on? Joan, come on, Jones? That's kind of a weird middle name. How about you,
Pauline.
Sam?
Paul.
Paul?
Oh, I'm Pauline. Ha! Look at that.
This dude has been 1988 is when he committed the crime. 1988. Nichols parked near a home in Chattanooga, and I guess he raped and murdered a woman. But it drives me crazy. 1988. Somebody do the math. How long ago was that?
He was sentenced in 1990.
And
to death.
not only that, he confessed. So he went on to do 12 more rapes. Okay.
Oh my God.
Or attempted rapes, and confessed when he was arrested. He confessed. He said, "If you didn't capture me, there would have been more victims." There's nothing about this.
It just drives me crazy
Right.
that it takes so long to put these animals down. I mean, there's no reason
We've been
for it.
feeding him and housing him, and now there are people who are trying to get. They tried to get the governor to commute his sentence and just make it a life in prison type thing.
Governor Lee won't. I hope he doesn't do that.
He said
that
no.
clemency
He won't, okay.
petition stated, quote, he would be the first person to be executed for a crime he pleaded guilty to in Tennessee since the reenactment of the death penalty in
cares?
1978. Yeah.
So he pleaded guilty. Okay, then that makes the decision easier.
It
Yeah.
does.
Right?
So why did it take so long?
Yeah, these kinds of, you know what, you laughed at me off the air because you know what Sam said when he played that little Christmas bumper music? He said, time to trigger the host. I thought he was talking about this story because the guy's been, committed the crime in 88 and was found guilty, convicted in 1990. And it's so funny. I can't do math when I'm on the air. 1990 to 2000, 2010, 2020, like 35 years,
Just
something
go 30
like that.
some years.
Yeah, 30-something years. I mean, that is insanity. And you know the guy's got a computer, he's got an iPhone, he's got a TV in his cell, the whole thing.
He's probably giving himself a law degree while he's in there.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, the victim's sister, Lisette Monroe, said the wait for his execution has been 37 years of hell. Described her sister as gentle, sweet, and innocent. Said that she hopes after the execution she'll be able to focus on the happy memories of her sister, Karen Pulley, instead of her murder.
Unfortunately, and I hate to be a Danny Downer, but unfortunately, when they go back and they talk to the people, the family whose relatives or loved ones were killed by people who eventually were put to death, it does not bring them closure.
No.
Sadly. 531 WTN.
Good morning. Now at 5:31, I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. And maybe in the top of the stories this morning is the chilly weather.
Chilly this morning and staying chilly this afternoon. We're near 30 right now. We actually warm up through a little bit of the later stages of today, so we should continue to see those temperatures rise through the evening commute. We'll be in the 40s this afternoon, which is, of course, colder than yesterday, but the wind is not as strong.
Yeah, we won't miss those winds for sure. Stefano's going to have the weekend forecast coming up as well. Stick around. More deputies have now been assigned to work at the Nashville courthouse after Davidson County judges said that they were living in fear over a social media post from Congressman Andy Ogles. In it, he said, "We are at war," referring to a Somali man accused of raping an unconscious woman downtown in August. That woman later died. Channel 4's Stacey Cameron confirms the Somali man, Muhammad, had a long arrest record but he was never given jail time by the judges.
Now, none of those cases the congressman brought up were felonies, but it's correct. Mohammed was no stranger to criminal courts here in Nashville. Not counting the rape case that's brought all of this attention to his criminal record, Mohammed has been arrested at least 15 times since 2015, 7 times this year alone.
Sheriff's deputies at the courthouse say there has been no threat of violence after the Facebook post. Nearly 1,000 new jobs coming to Clarksville. Japanese auto parts maker T-Rad North America investing $90 million to open its first Tennessee facility in Clarksville. The company's U.S. headquarters is in Hopkinsville. Now, this location will expand the production of heat exchange technology for automotive, agricultural, and construction equipment. Tennessee, by the way, is Japan's top U.S. investment partner, with more than 200 Japanese companies in the state, accounting for over 57,000 jobs and $20 billion in capital investment. That is the latest news. Traffic is coming up next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. All right, it is still closed. 40 eastbound this morning, exit 226 to 229. There's a crash there. Mount Juliet police reporting the crash is at Golden Bear Gateway. There are serious injuries reported there. It may take a while for this cleanup. We don't have any cameras out there, so I'm relying on super texters and other information from the traffic center to keep me informed here so I can keep you informed. But we are looking at a closure on 40 eastbound Mount Juliet Road, exit 226 out to exit 229. We'll keep an eye on it as the morning goes on here. Not seeing any other delays this morning for the most part around the area. 24 looks okay, and so does 65. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
538, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. All right, Joan, everybody knows what we're doing. We are bucking the company-mandated Christmas music for our own, and this is mine for this morning. Go.
Something about Christmas time, something about Christmas time makes you wish it was Christmas.
Bryan Adams, Canadian.
I haven't heard this in a while.
Yeah, this is really good. I love, that's enough. I'm a big Bryan Adams fan, as everybody knows. And the thing that I like about Bryan Adams is that I think that's an original of his. I think that he actually wrote that himself as opposed to covering one of the old-time songs. I may be wrong, but that is one of my all-time favorite Christmas songs, Bryan Adams. And what is it called? One of my all-time favorites, but I don't know what the name of it is.
Christmas Time?
Imagine that. Christmas Time by Bryan Adams. All right, so Joan, I am getting mixed messages from the audience that I adore so much.
Yeah.
So yesterday, I got all kinds of incoming heckfire from the folks because I spoke about In-N-Out and how excited I was that In-N-Out was coming in and opening yesterday. And so I said, by the middle of the show, I was like, all right, screw it. I'm not going to talk about it anymore. Well, now everybody wants to know on the super text line.
Did you go?
Hey, Dan, how was your trip to In-N-Out, or did you go? Well, I did go. Kind of a crazy story, but I don't want to dwell on it. Going to play fun with audio. Gavin Newsom audio is coming up next, Joan. So I wasn't going to go.
That's something to look forward to.
Yes. But I wasn't going to go because I was really tired and I didn't want to go.
Yeah.
Amy actually came down and said, no. You've been complaining about this.
For years.
Like literally years.
Yes.
As I've said, my first show on WTN on that Sunday, I talked about In-N-Out coming to Tennessee. So she told me to, Joan, I was literally in my pajamas. Like, that's how settled in I was.
Did you go in your pajama bottoms?
Thank the Lord, no.
Okay, good.
She said, get dressed, put your pants on. We're going to In-N-Out. All right, so we went. We were going to stay in the car and go through the drive-thru. Somehow Amy managed a wrong turn, so we actually had to go in. 90 minutes from arriving at In-N-Out to Burger, it was 90 minutes.
Wow.
And here's the crazy thing, though, is that nobody was complaining. Like, there was a room full of people, and nobody complained about the wait. And it was, they had the line out the door. Again, 90 minutes. Everybody was cool. Everybody was chill, or chilly, because it was really cold.
Freezing, yeah.
Because we didn't, and this is funny. So you figure you go into In-N-Out, I think my total bill was like $21, right? But you've got to add $90 on to it because of the sweatshirts I was forced to buy because we weren't going to get out of the car because Amy made a wrong turn.
And you left thinking you were just going to go through the drive-thru.
Right.
Yeah.
So we're standing outside And so luckily, they were selling sweatshirts. I had to buy 2 sweatshirts for $90 total.
They made out big.
They
I bet
sure did.
everybody standing in line was buying sweatshirts.
Actually, no.
No?
No, they looked lonely over there. So I said, all right, I'm the sucker. I'm the sap. So bought a couple of sweatshirts. I'm wearing my black In-N-Out sweatshirt today, as a matter of fact. And so...
What color did Amy get?
Amy got like a whitish, like a cream color.
Okay.
Why do you ask?
Well, because black is so boring.
It makes me look thinner, Joan. I don't know what to tell you. Anyway.
Oh, I got
sound so white.
you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Play that again, Sam.
You sound so white.
There you go.
You sound so white.
So anyway, so got in, loved it. And for those of you that were worried that In-N-Out would not be able to keep the quality this far east and south, they did. It was outstanding. It was excellent. And I am so excited that In-N-Out is finally here. Everybody was excited to not see or hear one person that said that they were disappointed in the food. There's people online that are going to say,
Yeah.
whatever.
Of course.
And that's fine.
Yeah.
As I often say, you can be wrong. People hate when I say that, by the way.
Super Tester Chris wants to know where my hoodie is. Why didn't you buy me a hoodie?
Do you know what? Can I be honest with you, Joan?
What?
I got you a sticker.
Dan.
And I got Sam a sticker,
my heart is
too.
full this morning.
Isn't it, though?
Yes, thank you.
A full heart. Do you know what the funny thing is? I bought, now, don't take this the wrong way, Sam and Joan, but when Johnny and Ken were in those respective seats, I actually bought them In-N-Out shirts. Ask me how many times they wore those shirts.
I bet
Zero.
they never did.
Big
Yeah.
fat zero.
Yeah.
And I love both of them. But I'm saying that, clothing is a very personal thing. And so I chose to get you. You know what I did get you, though? And I forgot them. I'll bring them tomorrow. But do you know what I did also get is an In-N-Out hat.
Oh,
So,
okay.
yeah. So you two can fight over the hat, if you would like. Little chef hat kind of a thing.
I think it'll look great on Sam.
Oh, the paper hat?
Yeah, the paper hat.
Okay.
Actually, you know what? Did I post it? I didn't post it.
Look, you can give that to Joan.
No, it's okay.
I know.
I think
I actually wore my fair share of Waffle House paper hats back in the day.
But aren't you like a chef kind of guy? You need this.
I don't need it at home because if first of all, right now my hair is not a problem. But if it was, I've got headbands and hair ties.
Mm-hmm.
I'm showing the people on the super text on the super talk line. That's my. Can they see that? That's my. That's me.
Well, holding your phone up just makes it look like you went to Krispy Kreme.
Yeah.
Whatever. I don't care. All right. So anyway, moving right along. So it's great. Have fun. Gavin Newsom. You want to do some fun with audio? So Gavin Newsom, of course, he is becoming California Governor Gavin Newsom. He is just becoming ridiculous in these warnings about Donald Trump. And, Trump is not running again. He's said he's not running again. But Gavin Newsom, man, it's like he dreams, nightmares, whatever you want to call it. But he sees Donald Trump everywhere he goes. And so this was on some sort of a podcast.
I think Trump is one of the most destructive presidents and human beings in my lifetime. I think this republic is at real risk.
Can we replay that? Okay, so remember what fun with audio is. Fun with audio is Joan, me, and Sam responding and reacting to audio that we have not heard, all right? So I've not heard this.
I think Trump is one of the most destructive presidents and human beings in my lifetime.
One of the most destructive human beings, because remember, he said presidents and human beings in my lifetime. So let's go through some of the most destructive human beings that has been in Gavin Newsom's lifetime. I mean, you've got Osama bin Laden, right?
Saddam Hussein.
I mean, we could go on, but I mean, there's two right there. Castro. We've got the guy that, raped all those women and killed a woman, and he's going to be put to death at some time.
Epstein.
You got Epstein, of course, too. Why does nobody ever call the when they say this kind of thing, why don't they ever call out the ridiculousness of what these people say?
So I would argue that President Trump would wear that like a badge. Yes, he's destructive. He's disrupting everything that the Dems have set up in the past and trying to disrupt the future of those types of plans. I think he would think being called destructive is an honor.
You know what? And so to go along with what Joan just said, sure, he is destructing all of the destruction that Joe Biden caused.
Yes.
Did that make sense?
Yes.
Destructing the destruction of Joe Biden's destruction. Here's more.
I think this republic is at real risk, this country being unrecognizable. And I have no patience for...
I like that. You know what's so funny? This country, he just said something about how this country is going to be unrecognizable. You mean like Minneapolis?
Yes.
Do you know what I mean?
Or like all those luxury homes that were destroyed in the Palisades fire, getting Section 8 housing instead.
Oh, yeah. Or you go into Los Angeles with all of the 10 cities. You want to talk about unrecognizable. Los Angeles is unrecognizable. San Francisco is unrecognizable. What's a good name for Gavin Newsom? Like, he's slimy. He's smarmy. He's a dolt.
Newscomb.
Well, that's easy.
Yeah.
Norman Bates.
And I have no patience for people that want to indulge it. I can't stand the crony capitalism. I can't stand all these supplicants that are sitting there bending the knee to this president. I can't stand the universities that have done that, the law firms that have done that.
You know what's so funny? He's talking about what he says, supplicants. Not exactly sure what that is. But
Yeah.
if you want to talk about the people that are supporting Donald Trump, and he's obviously talking about that in a negative context. Would you like Gavin Newsom to talk about the people that stood behind and beside Joe Biden? I mean, if you want to go down that road, we can very easily do it, because we had an entire administration that was devoted to hiding the reality that Joe Biden was losing his ever-loving mind while in office. The lack of self-awareness of these people on the left. Good Lord, man.
The individual corporate leaders that have done that, the other governors, maybe Democrats and Republicans that have been complicit at this moment.
Oh, please, let's talk about governors like you and Governor Tim Walz. This was actually a pretty good audio bite to bring for Fun with Audio.
Has he ever owned up to or apologized for the fact that he shut down the whole state of California,
No.
but he was still gallivanting around with his friends?
Do you know what's so fun? I don't know if he's ever actually acknowledged the absolute hypocrisy of shutting down the state of California and having that highfalutin dinner.
Mm-hmm.
Maskless.
And not just highfalutin. What was it, like 25 people?
25 people on, with a kitchen, with a table where everybody was scrunched in together.
Oh my gosh, but the impact of the spread.
Yeah. No, I don't know if he ever actually...
It's a super spreader event.
He spreads a lot.
Yeah.
He spreads a lot of BS is what he does.
Mm-hmm.
This guy is reckless. He's wrecked this country. We'll not have a fair and free election if we don't continue to fight. That's what matters to me, seriously.
He's just, like, he sounds unhinged, Gavin Newsom does, doesn't he?
He does. I mean, but his whole identity is based on being opposed to whatever Donald Trump does.
That is absolute truth.
He doesn't have any other identity. It's not like he's for something. He doesn't have a policy that he could name.
Do you know why that is, Joan?
Crafted.
That's a great point. The reason is that California is a complete abject failure under his rule.
Yes.
So you're absolutely right, Joan. That's a great point. Is what does he have to brag about with California?
Growing the homeless population.
Yes.
Yeah, that's growing the homeless population, growing the illegal immigration population.
Chasing businesses out.
Chasing business. Oh, no. I got to fact check you there, Sam. One business has actually thrived, and that is those businesses giving illegal aliens driver's licenses and CDLs so that they can drive semis. That is one business that Gavin Newsom has managed to grow.
He's also really good at disasters like wildfires, landslides, all the things that happen because of poor management of the areas, the forests.
Yeah. I mean, they're supposed to clear the forest, and they never do. They never did. So you got the fires, then you got the landslides.
Yes, and if you think that it's a mistake or that it's something being overlooked, I would say it's intentional. Just like Joe Biden intentionally opened the border. All of this is intentional.
And let's not forget the fire hydrants with no water.
Yes.
Firefighters using purses to put out the
Yes.
Palisades fire.
It's amazing. Here, all right, here's more.
The future ex-governor, and who the hell knows what happens the rest of my life, except one thing I know that matters in the rest of my life is I have to look at my kids in the goddamn eye. I mean that.
Whoop.
Whoa, you forgot one.
Yeah. Did you get that? All right, we got that. Sam, why didn't you preview that?
Oh.
Do you know what, though?
It's all your fault, Sam.
It's all your fault, Sam.
Yeah.
You know what? Shame on. Okay, congratulations, folks watching on Super Talk TV. You got to hear Gavin Newsom throw down a GD. He's a potty mouth.
Yeah,
I actually don't know if that actually may be okay, but I'm not gonna
don't chance
the
it.
Chance, yeah.
He comes across like a used car salesman that's in debt to the mafia, and if he doesn't sell enough BS to people and ruin their lives, he's going to be overtaken by what he's owed, or what he owes rather.
4702. Dan, settle down. Your voice is getting higher. You have the coyotes howling in Manchester.
We do have them in Manchester. I just want you to know.
Was my voice going higher? Was my voice going higher?
A little bit. It's about 75 miles away from here.
Bingo Jones, says Chris Sandoval. And then 4600 from talking about Gavin Newsom. From the guy that burned his cities. He's gruesome, says 3217.
Gruesome Newsom.
Gruesome Newsom.
Gruesome Newsom. That's a good one.
That is, I
like that.
I think I've used that at some point, one point or another. Anyway, whatever. So it is 5:54 on Nashville's Morning News. Watch us on Super Talk TV. We are up and running today.
Woohoo!
I'm hoping that, and I don't want to go south, and I don't want to jinx it.
Oh, but I love when he goes south. Go ahead.
Sam, knock on your head. Knock on wood. Totally kidding.
How dare you?
You know, Joan, Sam's getting pretty good at all that.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah, very, very good, Sam. But everything seems to be working today. It's early yet, so let's keep our fingers crossed. So watch us on Super Talk TV if you would. We are on YouTube, Facebook, X, 997WTN.com. And again, my favorite is always going to be YouTube, because we have the whole chat thing going on YouTube, and that is a whole different culture over there, and I absolutely love it. Also, a programming note real quickly. I'll be filling in for Red Eye Radio tomorrow morning, Friday morning, midnight to 5. And then I'll, of course, be here for Nashville's Morning News. Right now, it is 5:54. Joan's got the news coming up at 6. Joan.
Yes, SNAP benefits are changing in Tennessee. We'll tell you what's happening there. Also, an undercover sting that shuts down a business. It's all coming up here at 6 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
5:59, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN, and good morning to you. Hope you're doing well. I got to tell you, Joan, this will come as a surprise to no one. I was openly weeping this morning. Now, why was I openly weeping this morning? Because you all know that I cry at the drop of a hat. It wasn't because of my fantastic meal at In-N-Out. No. But it was another story. It's a great story, a fantastic story. It is one of my favorite stories of 2025. And I'm going to bring it to you coming up next. It is an incredible, incredible story. So stay close. It's Nashville's Morning News, Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Good morning. It's now 6 o'clock, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. And we are still looking at that closure on eastbound 40 this morning between exit 226 and 229. A serious accident may have involved a fatality there. Very serious, and they're working on cleaning it up now. But once again, 40 eastbound is still closed, 226 to 229. There are some new limits for Tennesseans who are receiving SNAP benefits. Channel 4's Alexandria Adams.
So starting next year, you will not be able to use SNAP benefits to buy candy, energy drink, sodas, and sugary drinks.
Those changes come after Governor Lee submitted a request to the federal government in August. Maha's RFK Jr. sees the benefits of those limits.
U.S. taxpayers should not be paying to feed kids foods, the poorest kids in our country, with foods that are going to give them diabetes.
Now, at the same time, the proposal would expand options by permitting the purchase of hot foods like rotisserie chicken, which is currently not allowed under federal rules. There are more than 700,000 Tennesseans now receiving SNAP benefits. An undercover sting has shut down a Nashville business.
Metro Police shut down a massage parlor in South Nashville after reports of prostitution. Investigators say a spa on Harrison Street was linked to online ads and offered sex for cash during a sting. Officers say numerous condoms were found throughout the building, along with massage rooms with baby wipes, lotions, and oils. 3 women, ages 38, 39, and 46, were booked on felony licensing charges. The 46-year-old faces a prostitution count. Ken Weaver, WTN News.
Market numbers now brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com.
The final interest rate cut of 2025 might be the last for a while. After Fed governors voted to cut a key rate by a quarter point to its lowest level in nearly 3 years, they signaled there might be just one reduction next year. As expected, the Fed's move on interest rates drove investors back onto the trading floor. The Dow on Wednesday gained 500 points to close back above 48,000 for the first time in a month. The NASDAQ composite added 0.33%, the S&P 0.7. Shares in Oracle plunged 11% overnight, extending yesterday's losses. Despite booming demand for its AI-related products, the cloud computing and database software maker reported lower than expected quarterly revenue. After weathering the firestorm it created when it changed its familiar logo and then changed it back earlier this year, Cracker Barrel has a new problem. The Wall Street Journal says diehard fans are complaining about a decline in the quality of the restaurant chain's food. Jim Ryan, ABC News.
Right now, stock futures on the minus side. The Dow futures down 44, NASDAQ futures losing 172, S&P futures are down 30 points. That's the latest news. Stick around for your traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Thank you, Joan. 6:03, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. The best financial move you can make this time of year? How about lowering your mortgage rate to 4.99% fixed APR? That is the lowest rate in years. How about getting up to $500,000 out of your home equity in the process? Now, you can do that right now by calling Loan Pronto. With Loan Pronto's rapid equity loan, you can get a ton of cash and you can pay off all those high-interest credit cards and skip up to 2 house payments as well. That is huge thanks to my friends at Loan Pronto. One homeowner just got $300,000 approved in under 24 hours, wiped out their credit cards and a couple of car loans as well, and save the $2,100 every single month. Now, don't wait. No hard credit pull up front, and you probably won't even need an appraisal. Just fast, easy cash from your home's equity. Act now. Call them 615-499-5780. Find them online. LoanPronto.com. Start the new year by wiping out all higher interest debt and lowering your bills by thousands. 615-499-5780. 615-499-5780. And see how much cash you can get today. LoanPronto.com. Equal housing lender. NMLS 166-1781. APR for well-qualified buyers. Visit NMLSConsumerAccess.org.
Yes, it's still closed. It's 40 eastbound between Mount Juliet Road and Golden Bear Gateway Beckwith Road. So it's exits 226 to 229. It is an accident this morning in that area. They're cleaning it up right now, but it looks like it may be there for a while. We're already slow going on 24 this morning on the westbound side. If you're traveling through the Smyrna area, all the way into Nashville this morning. Otherwise, on the major roadways, it's looking good so far. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.606 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to you and welcome on in to a Thursday, December 11th of 2025. So why was I, Joan and Sam, why was I openly weeping this morning? Such an amazing story. So I'm going to tell you.
You missed In-N-Out Burgers so much this morning and you realized you can't get there in the morning to have a
burger for breakfast?
Yeah.
No, that wasn't it.
Okay.
I've got a soft spot for Jelly Roll. You know Jelly Roll?
Yeah.
The musician. So he was on Joe Rogan's podcast yesterday. And they're talking about the time that he was watching Craig Morgan at the Grand Ole Opry from the 7th row of the Opry. And then years later, because you know Jelly Roll's story, right? He was a criminal. He was in and out of jail or prison. And he spent a lot of time in prison, about 7 years or so overall in prison. And he credits that time, Jelly Roll, he credits that time behind bars as having taught him that he had something to offer, music. And so what he would do, I don't know if you know the story of Jelly Roll, Joan, but he would freestyle raps and write songs in prison. And the other inmates, they loved the songs. And by the way, he's from Antioch. He's from right here in Middle Tennessee. So he's from Antioch. And so he realized in prison, and this is why I am a fan. It's going to sound weird, but I'm a fan of putting people in prison and consequences for committing crimes because people can actually go into prison and then come out a changed person. And so he's talking about all of that with Joe Rogan. And he's a big Craig Morgan fan, apparently. And so now one of the things that's going on is Jelly Roll has lost a lot of weight. His music is, of course, incredibly popular, Jelly Roll, and he does amazing charitable work around the state of Tennessee. So he's on with Joe Rogan. They're talking about all this, and they're talking about the time that he was watching Craig Morgan, and all of a sudden, Joe Rogan wanted to play something for Jelly Roll.
I'm going to show you something else, too. I didn't think I'd make it, Joe. I'm going to show you this.
Craig Morgan is on the screen.
Give me some volume, Jay.
To say congratulations on all the great things happening in your career, and to thank you for the positive difference you're making in the lives of so many people who need the help. You're doing great work, buddy, and I'll never forget meeting you on the Grand Ole Opry and how much it meant to me to hear you say my music helped you get through some really tough times. That's one thing country music does really well.
And then Craig Morgan gets up, and he's in front of the Grand Ole Opry.
And who would have ever dreamed back then that I'd be back at the Opry House today to say, Jelly Roll, you're officially invited to become a member of the Grand Ole Opry. It's an honor to say welcome to the family, brother.
He's crying. He throws his headphones down. He's crying.
He wanted to play that for you when you're here.
Openly weeping.
Oh, my goodness.
Even Joe Rogan is sniffling.
Have a hug.
And now he says,
He
can I
wants
have
a
a
hug.
hug? And he gets up and he hugs Joe Rogan. Oh, my goodness. See him?
I love you, too.
I mean, what a moment.
Wow.
What an absolute moment.
Okay, I have tears.
Right, Sam, you better be tearing up, too, or you're an ingrate.
Oh, my gosh.
What?
Where's your heart?
I mean,
are you serious?
It's great for him, but he's kind of deviated from what made him popular in some ways. He was anti-establishment, anti-industry, and now he's the focal point of the industry.
So they get up, they hug. It was a great moment. And by the way, I want to go back and watch this entire discussion between Jelly Roll and Joe Rogan. But they talked about his incredible weight loss. Do you know how much he's lost, by the way? He has lost 300 pounds.
Wow.
That is crazy. Listen to this.
You're a totally new human being.
It is, man. When you know what's crazy? I don't want to get super spiritual out the gate, but I will because I think God wants me to right now because you saying that. There's a scripture in the Bible that says, in Christ all things are a new creation, which I thought was interesting because it didn't talk about restoring the old. It says that in God, we are a completely new creation. You know what I mean? So like I was looking at it at first like I'm restoring my heart. But then when you're saying that, I'm like, no, I didn't restore my heart. I got a whole new heart. This is a brand new heart, Joe. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It might be cloaked as the old one, but God touched it. This is a whole new heart, baby.
I mean, I love that.
Wow.
He's so positive.
He looks so different.
He does. You know what? He got out of prison.
Yeah.
And he started, getting attention with his music and Craig Morgan and got the record deal and all that kind of stuff. And he met Sam. Who is he married to? Is it Bad Bunny?
No.
Don't laugh at me. He's married to somebody.
Her name, she does go by Bunny.
But it's not Bad Bunny. Is it Good Bunny?
I don't know. It's
anyway.
Social media. They met in Vegas while she was a prostitute and he was a drug dealer.
Awesome. And now they're both, living clean together.
Well, really what it was, he was incarcerated for drugs in 2008, and he learned from a correctional officer that he was going to be a father.
Right.
And so when he found out he was going to be a dad is when he really got the gears turning on cleaning his life up.
Yep.
That was his adult charge, was being incarcerated for drug dealing. When he was a teenager, he was part of an armed robbery. Wasn't the person with the gun.
Right.
But was charged equally. Yep. And that's where he spent 7 years for juvie. Listen to the Music City Miracle happen from the detention center right next to the Titans Stadium.
And he, as you said, he found out that he was going to be a father in prison. He says that is the moment that he decided that he was going to be a better human being. Now, this is interesting. And this could go either way. He says that because he is a convicted violent offender, that he's not allowed to hunt. So he just bought this big piece of property here in Tennessee, and I assume that he'd like to hunt on it. He was talking about this with Joe Rogan, but he's not allowed to own a gun because he was convicted as a violent offender. And because he isn't allowed to own a gun, he isn't able to hunt with his kids. So, Joan, I'm going to do something that I've never done before here on the radio show. You ready?
Ready.
It's going to be an instantaneous Daily Dan poll. So I'm doing a topic, and then I want the people watching and the people listening to go to YouTube and take this poll immediately, because I want to know, and we're going to talk about this coming up after the traffic, should they make an exception for Jelly Roll? And we're going to explain this coming up. But should they make an exception? Should they create a law where someone who has that kind of a past conviction but has clearly paid their price be allowed to go ahead and own a gun because they have clearly paid their price and they are a changed man, because not only federal but also state law prohibits someone with his kind of a background to own a gun. So, and we're going to get into that coming up, but we got to check the traffic. But go take the, is that up? Is that up now?
Yeah.
On YouTube? Okay, how did you, the first time I'm doing this, so I'm a little nervous about it working. So how did you frame the
Should
question?
Jelly Roll be allowed to carry a gun? Most basic form of that constitutional right. Yes, comma, he paid his dues, or no.
All right, go take the poll right now. I'm going to tell the rest of the story coming up next. It is 6:15, time to check the roads on WTN. All right, very good. As far as your weather for today, cloudy, cool, high of 42. Feeling like 38. Appreciate you listening to Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Talking about Joe Rogan and Jelly Roll. Incredible conversation that they had. So Jelly Roll is talking about how he wants to actually, and this is where this really piqued my interest. He wants to essentially petition the state legislature to change the laws to allow someone like him, somebody who has a violent, who is a violent offender convicted, to allow that person to be able to own a gun. Listen to this.
Can I ask you something?
Yes, sir.
You're not allowed to own a firearm, or you're allowed to operate one?
No, sir.
No, so
I'm
you
not
can't
allowed to
rifle hunt at all?
No, sir. I'm on my first hunt pretty much.
And is that forever?
Well, this is interesting. I am, it's a slippery slope for me. I am up for a pardon this year. My paperwork has been sent into my governor, and he considers pardons in every December. So every day, I'm just kind of praying. You know what I mean? But even if he gives me the pardon, unfortunately, Tennessee has a zero forgiveness policy for violent offenders. So I would be pardoned, but I wouldn't be adjudicated. What's it called? When they
exonerated?
Exonerated. I wouldn't be. The charges aren't completely gone. So what I'd have to do is, and this is my hope, is that my goal in this is that I want to reach out to legislation eventually, and go, hey, like if nothing else, I'd like my right to hunt. Like it's done a lot for my mental health. It's done a lot for my physical health. Raped somebody or killed somebody. But I think that there should be some path to redemption. Even if it takes 30 years, put something unrealistic up there. Can't get a speeding ticket for 20 years, but like, I think it's important for people to have a path to redemption. I'm a redemption guy. And, if God didn't just show me so many paths, you know what I mean? Then
I think it's one of the more beautiful aspects of Christianity.
Right.
That it does offer you a path to redemption, like a true legitimate path where you can become a different person.
So memo to Jelly Roll, and maybe he knows this, maybe he doesn't, but you can. It's a very difficult process, but you can. I suppose you could call it like the Jelly Roll law, but at what point is someone allowed to carry a firearm if they've been convicted of a violent crime? You have federal law that says, no, you cannot ever own a gun if you've been convicted of most felonies where you spend a year in prison. Now, federally, if you are pardoned, you can get those rights back. But in Tennessee, apparently, and I just looked this up this morning, so there's probably, aspects of this that I don't get. But in Tennessee, you get busted for a felony, any felony, you cannot own a gun for life, not even in your home. But I grokked it, and it does say that you can, if you get a pardon from the governor, and you can petition or ask the governor to restore your rights if it is specified in the pardon. But they say that it is apparently quite the process for him to get his gun rights back. So bottom line is, I'm Team Jelly Roll on this one, guys. I am. But it's got to be a case-by-case basis. I think clearly Jelly Roll is a changed man, but then what about the next guy who you don't know this guy from Adam, and how do you know that this other person is truly a changed man? So I think that as far as individually, Jelly Roll, clearly he should, in my opinion anyway, be allowed to hunt. He went on to talk about how he would love to take his sons out hunting on his property. Again, he just bought a big piece of property here in Middle Tennessee. And I think that he can petition, he can ask the governor, can I have my gun rights back as well? But again, apparently it is quite the process. But I do want to know, and don't tell me yet, Sam, I want people, again, this is an instantaneous Daily Dan poll. Go to YouTube, take the poll. The question is, should Jelly Roll be allowed to get his gun rights back? And basically the bottom line is the choices, yes or no. I want to know what you think. It is 6:20 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. Jones got the news at 6:30. Joan.
How'd you like to see a rate increase of 150% for your water? We'll tell you where that's maybe about to happen coming up in the news here at 6:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
It is 6:21, Nashville's Morning News on WTN. Dan Mandis here. And if you've been putting off getting your vision fixed, don't wait any longer. It is not too late to see clearly for the holidays. Don't miss a single smile around the dinner table this year. If cataracts or cloudy vision are making your world look blurry, Dr. Horn at Vision for Life can help you see your family and the holidays the way that they were meant to be seen. Dr. Horn performed my lens replacement surgery earlier this year, and I can tell you firsthand, the difference is incredible. The procedure, it only takes about 5 minutes. The recovery is fast, and the results, they are life-changing. Now, there's still some consultations available. They are filling up fast, so if you want to see clearly for the holidays and into the new year, call them. Tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out at 615-436-2020, 615-436-2020. Find them online anytime. It is visionforlife.com to schedule your consultation today, 615-436-2020 or visionforlife.com, and tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out. Dan Mandis here for my friends at Mark Spain Real Estate. Spend your time with those who matter most this holiday season and sell your home with the guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate. There's no showings, no open houses, and the best part, there is no stress. Dan Mandis here. You know, I always recommend Mark Spain Real Estate to my friends here in Nashville because I know that they are going to sell your home hassle-free with a strong all-cash offer. As a matter of fact, the Wall Street Journal and Real Trends have consistently named Mark Spain Real Estate as a top real estate team in America for closed transactions for 9 years in a row, including being ranked the #1 real estate team in the nation for 5 consecutive years. They've been helping homeowners sell their homes for nearly 30 years. And yes, they've got over 72,000 satisfied clients. Call them, tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out. Move when you want to move. It is all part of the guaranteed offer. So call them at 855-299-SOLD, 855-299-SOLD, or go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer on your home today. That's markspain.com and start packing. 626, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Joan, this has been a really cool experiment with the whole jelly roll thing.
Yeah.
So I would say on Super Text, it's about 70-30 about whether or not Jelly Roll. I told you the story about Jelly Roll and about how convicted felon and he is not allowed to own a gun. He's going to talk to the state legislature about maybe some sort of a carve out for somebody like him to own a gun. His pardon, if he gets pardoned with Governor Lee, then they could make him owning a gun as part of the pardon. But they say it's really difficult to do. And so I asked the question on the radio and on Super Talk TV and also here on the Super Text line. I would say a number of things. People are saying, well, Jelly Roll can hunt with a crossbow in Tennessee. So then that is true. My father-in-law, he's got, Amy's dad, he's got all kinds of guns. He hunts with a bow and arrow.
Yeah.
And I think he says that he's a better shot with a bow and arrow. So there is that. Also, 0890 says that Jelly Roll can own a muzzle loader. And that's something Sam was telling me about off the air.
He currently cannot.
Oh, he currently cannot. Okay.
Because of one of the convictions from when he was 18 in being another armed robbery. He cannot currently possess black powder.
Terry the truck driver, no exception for Jelly Roll. 3381, heck no exceptions. Phil says he can bow hunt.
0725 says Jelly Roll can learn to fish.
7381, absolutely not. 5922 says yes. You know what I would be curious about? I've never in my life done a bow and arrow. Sam, have you done a bow and arrow? I've done guns, obviously. You ever done a bow and arrow?
Yeah.
So which is easier?
In summer camp.
Is it, okay, I did archery in high school, but then I was terrible. So is it easier to hunt with a bow and arrow?
Absolutely not.
No, I would say it's harder.
A crossbow gives you an advantage simply because of the speed that you're going to get behind a band-based system. But yeah, no. And like if you miss, you got to go chase it down. And sometimes you can even get a hit and then the deer will take off with your arrow.
8785. I did my time. I have been a productive member of society for 30 years. Why should Jelly Roll get his rights back and not me or others like me? I think that's why Jelly Roll is saying he wants to go to the state legislature and maybe figure out some sort of a compromise, perhaps, where somehow, some way, people like him and people like you, 8785, can get your gun rights back. So
I so disagree with this.
Go ahead.
You know, it's just like forgiveness. You can be forgiven for something, but it doesn't have to be forgotten, right? Mm-hmm. So he can be forgiven for what he's done, and he can have served his time, but there still has to be a consequence, and that consequence is you don't get a gun.
Accountability.
Accountability, yes.
Okay.
And I think that's okay. That's okay. And he should be okay with it too. It should be a part of where he goes with his life. Hey, listen, people, if you took the same route that I did, this is the consequence.
That could be a PSA.
I think the simple thing is to align the federal law when it comes to black powder rifles to, put that into context with the state law, because the state law is what's preventing him from owning a weapon that would give him the ability to hunt. And if that's all if that's all what we're trying to adjust for there, I think that's not too much to ask, because in other states in the nation, if you're convicted of a violent felony, you can still own black powder weaponry. A lot of states have amended the laws, but your Second Amendment right is not completely diminished at that point.
So, and he is talking about in the audio that I played, he's talking about going to the state legislature to try to figure out, again, some sort of a compromise. So I think 70-30 is here on the super text line.
Ooh.
And what are people saying on the YouTube Daily Dan poll?
51% say yes, 49% say no.
So 51% say Jelly Roll should get his gun rights back, 49% say no.
Yeah.
Okay. You know what? I love that segment. Joan, I think that was a success. How about you?
I do too. All
right, very good. 6:30, Nashville's Morning News on WTN.
6:30 now. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. So if you thought yesterday was chilly, check out our forecast today with Stefano.
It's colder this morning. We're around 30 waking up and getting out the door. This afternoon, we're increasing that cloud cover. It's a chillier day all around for us. But notice the second half of the day, the wind direction changes again. It starts to come more from the south-southwest. So that will help usher in warmer air later on.
Now, tomorrow's going to be a bit warmer than we've seen all week. Some Murray County water bills could soon be on the rise, and by a lot. Here's Channel 4's Braden Ross.
Columbia Power is asking the Columbia City Council to approve rate increases of 20% per year on their more than 26,000 customers. Over 5 years, that adds up to almost 150%.
Yeah, that money would fund a project that moves Columbia Power and Water's intake in the Duck River downstream so they can increase their intake and build a new water treatment facility that'll solve some problems there in Columbia. The project wouldn't be finished until 2029. Now, Columbia City Council will take a vote on that rate change at a meeting tonight. They would need to pass it on a second reading before it's officially approved. Senators are expected to vote today on two competing proposals meant to take on the rising cost of private health insurance bought on the Affordable Care Act exchanges.
The GOP proposal would have the government putting up to $1,500 a year into health savings accounts, which people enrolled in high-deductible exchange plans could then use to pay for care. Democrats say that plan won't prevent ACA premiums from skyrocketing. They're proposing a 3-year extension of the expiring COVID-era subsidies, something the Congressional Budget Office says would add $83 billion to the deficit. Neither plan is expected to meet the 60-vote bar in the Senate.
That's ABC's Stephen Portnoy. That is the latest news. We've got traffic coming up. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Dan Mandis here for my friends at Xfinity. What if more reliable didn't mean more expensive? You know, with Xfinity, you can get reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi for actually a lot less. Now, we're talking intelligent gig-speed Wi-Fi for only $50 a month. This holiday season through January 4th, Xfinity is offering their best price on gig-speed Wi-Fi guaranteed for 5 years. No contracts and no strings attached. You could save a total of $3,000 over Verizon and AT&T. Imagine getting super fast Wi-Fi at the same price for 5 years. Get everything you need from Xfinity. Their best Wi-Fi equipment and even unlimited data, all included. All at their absolute best price. Get ready to be wowed by your Wi-Fi. Xfinity, imagine that. Restrictions apply, requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account, taxes and fees extra. Xfinity Internet, powered by fiber and connected to premises by coaxial cable. Actual speeds vary. Savings based on promo and promo-based price for 1 gig internet, 1 unlimited line, and Peacock Premium versus Verizon 1 gig internet and AT&T 1,000 internet and 1 unlimited starter SL line. .634 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. By the way, Joan, I'm going to tell you what Sam said about your Christmas song coming up.
Oh, really?
You know what he just said?
I'm sure it was something derogatory.
2 words, it's terrible. But he meant that in the most loving of ways. We're going to hear
Sure, yeah.
We're going to hear Joan's Christmas bumper music coming up next. How's that for a promo, for a tease? It's terrible.
Fantastic.
King & Associates, Dan Mandis here. And if you need to save money on insurance, check out my friends at King & Associates Insurance. So many of my listeners have reached out and let me know that they have been able to save and save big with King & Associates. One guy that I know, his 16-year-old daughter got into a car accident. they still saved him thousands of dollars when the time came for new insurance. You know why? Because at King & Associates, they know that life happens, and as independent agents, they can find the best deal for your family. They're going to weed out the non-competitive companies and find the best options for you and keeping the communication flawless. King & Associates know it's not only relationships with the best companies around, but also bundling home and auto. That's right. King & Associates, they are going to fight for the best deal possible. By the way, that coworker, that friend of mine that I was telling you about, you know, he actually figured out that his old insurance agent was overcharging him for years. So make the switch to King & Associates. You owe it to yourself to make that phone call. 615-321-8121, 615-321-8121. Find them online, tkinginsurance.com.
Not getting any better on 40 this morning. The eastbound lanes between Mount Juliet and Golden Bear Gateway, that's at 226 to 229, still closed off. There's a crash there, and it apparently is a fatal crash, and so the investigation is taking a while to complete there. Watch it. You've also got a blockage this morning at Brick Church Road. Make that Brick Church Pike in Trinity Hills, south of West Trinity Lane. There's a crash in that area as well. Anderson Road in Priest Lake at Kinwood Drive. That's an accident scene. Another one at Central Pike and Chandler Road in Mount Juliet. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.637, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. So our ongoing movement here on WTN and Nashville's Morning News to find better bumper music, better Christmas bumper music than the company mandated bumper music for Christmas. We are just bucking the system. That's what we do here on Nashville's Morning News. And so Joan has picked out this hour's Christmas bumper music, and here it is. Yep, terrible.
Just stop it. Listen.
Did you really, Joan?
Come on. This is Kate Smith. Come on.
You know what? People accused me earlier with my high whiny voice of making the coyotes howl. I think this is going to make the coyotes howl. Everybody, let's hear it.
You guys, this is such a classic.
The song is, yes, when it's sung
poem.
correctly.
So real quickly, because people are watching online, this is Kate Smith.
Yes.
Yeah.
And anybody who's from the Philly area loves their Kate Smith.
Yes, 2565. We are bucking the bumper system. Go ahead, Joan.
This is Henry Wadsworth Longfellow's poem.
Okay.
It is a classic. It's beautiful. The story reflecting that all the bad in the world cannot trump God's power.
Okay.
And it's just,
okay, Joan.
It's rousing toward the end. It's heartwarming.
Okay. Great. Thanks,
There
Joan.
is no peace on earth, I said. Listen to these words. For hate is strong.
Right.
And mocks the song of peace on earth, goodwill to men. Now listen to when she brings it back up here. Listen.
You're making me listen to this.
I feel like
You're
I'm
gonna
trapped at
love
my
it.
grandma's.
Yes.
Okay, here it comes.
Okay, so I can't. Okay, so here's the deal. Can I just say
The
this
wrong
because
will fail, the right prevail.
so you know what's happening here, Sam?
What is it?
Is Joan
Just trying to recoup with the message.
yes, that's
But
exactly.
It's such a good song.
No,
is.
I'm saying
No,
that
no,
the message is great.
Yeah.
The poem is great.
But good Lord,
This
man.
song is
I would like to hear Metallica do a version of that. Can that happen?
No.
Is there like a better version of that?
No.
There is a better version of that.
Well, okay, so we'll do the other version. I don't want to live on this right now. So we'll do the better version at the 8:35. Okay, it is 6:40.
People are saying that their ears are bleeding. I don't.
Yes,
understand.
Joan, that was terrible. Can I ask you a question, Joan? You know my affinity for you. Mm-hmm. I mean, I brought you stickers from In-N-Out. That tells you how much I adore you.
I'm special, yeah.
But do you do that on purpose? Like, did you intentionally like grab a bad bumper music?
No,
like,
I really truly love it.
That was a coyote howler if I've ever heard one.
It makes me cry. It makes me cry when she gets to the point.
It made me cry in a different way, Joan.
Yeah. Like the kind of cry of you've been cutting onions and you're annoyed that you're crying.
All right.
See, Jason, there can't be a better version of this song.
Jason, I will prove you wrong at 8:35. You come back.
All right, we got to go. Why do Democrats want to impeach RFK Jr.? So if you're keeping track, right? And Joan, you and I spoke about this earlier off the air. So Democrats are trying to impeach Pete Hegseth and now RFK Jr. I'm assuming the reason they want to impeach Pete Hegseth is because of the Venezuelan boats and all that.
Oh, yeah, they're saying he committed murder.
All right. So have you heard this absolutely unhinged congresswoman talking about RFK?
I yield the gentlelady 30 additional seconds.
The gentlewoman is recognized for an additional 30 seconds.
Cause of their servitude, sharing in the profession with those who have not come before you.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is your Democrat Party. This is
Afton Bain-like.
This is Michigan Congresswoman Haley Stevens. She's wearing pink gloves, by the way.
Oh, similar times of trying medical need, wars and flus past. You will see darkness.
Absolutely unhinged.
And our society.
Why are they so weird?
To stand
like,
together
how is it that Republicans, we can get our point across without doing this?
Our nurses, I wear these
The gentlelady's time has
I love how they call her the gentlelady.
Gentlelady, I think not.
She's not.
Fired. The gentleman from Maryland is reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
They cut off
the gentleman from Texas is now recognized.
She won't be quiet. There's the gavel.
The gentlelady from Michigan is out of order.
Take her by her feet and get her out of there.
You know what you want? You want, like, remember when you'd watch Saturday morning cartoons?
Yeah.
And they'd have the cane or whatever that is and pull them off the stage? That's what you want to do with somebody like her. But that is Michigan Congresswoman Haley Stevens, and she's wearing pink gloves and she's spitting all over the microphone and screaming into it. But here's what she's so upset about. This comes after the CDC advisory panel voted to rescind recommendations that newborn babies receive that immediate first dose of the hepatitis B vaccine. And so some people, of course, didn't like that all that much.
RFK Jr. has got to go. Today, I introduced articles of impeachment to remove him from office.
This is her.
RFK Jr. has turned his back on science, on public health, and on the American people. Under his watch, families are less safe, healthcare costs are skyrocketing, and life-saving research, including right here in Michigan, is being gutted.
All right, so perspective is everything. So the problem that I have is that the Democrats right now, they have zero credibility. Science, in the eyes of a lot of folks, right, has zero credibility. Now, I'm just telling you the way that it is. There are a lot of people out there who feel like the follow the science people, like a lot of these Democrats and Republicans, doesn't have any credibility. And so if there's any skepticism on vaccines and science itself, it has been created by the science community after COVID. And that is just a fact. What was Anthony Fauci's famous quote? I am science. Is that what it was?
I am the science.
I am the science, right? Anthony Fauci. So if anybody is responsible for the skepticism of science and vaccines, it is Mr. I am the science, Anthony Fauci, and the entire scientific community who went along with the COVID mandates. They forced vaccines on the American people. They lied to us about the impact and the effects. They censored us on social media if we spoke out. And something as simple as wanting a second opinion earned us the accusation of wanting to kill our grandparents. So excuse the living heck out of me if, we're all a little vaccine and science skeptic.
Babies were born without fathers present in the room. Loved ones died without being able to say goodbye or hug somebody for the last time.
Exactly. So they have themselves to blame. But we're going to talk about the hysteria over the hepatitis B vaccine coming up next. And we're going to hear from RFK Jr. himself on why it is that he believes that the hepatitis B vaccine can be delayed. We're going to talk about the specifics straight ahead. Got big problems on 40 eastbound. 646, time to check the roads. All right, as far as your weather goes, Joan, do we know when 40 eastbound is going to be open back up? I was watching the super text line. We got people working the scene that are saying that this may not be open till
after 8 o'clock.
Wow.
Yeah, so it's going to be there on Monday. Now, our super texters are also saying that they are providing a detour to get around it. But, of course, that's going to be jammed up, too. So anybody who's headed out of town on 40, well, you're going to have some extra time scheduled in today.
Yeah, 40 eastbound. All right, thank you very much, Joan. All right, so as far as your weather goes for today, cloudy, cool, high of 42. Going to feel like 38 degrees. Appreciate you listening to Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. So we're talking about this hepatitis B vaccine. You've got this congresswoman out of Michigan, who, by the way, is running for Senate. So that's part of this whole, let's be honest. She's screaming at the top of her lungs that RFK Jr. needs to be impeached. And by the way, she knows that he's not going to be impeached because the Republicans control the House of Representatives. So she knows that this is futile, and the Republicans also own the Senate as well. So this is all just performative in nature. And we talked about, the lack of self-awareness of the science community. But that lack of self-awareness doesn't seem to stop this Haley Stevens, who, again, is running for the Senate, probably going to win the primary, by the way, and she continues on.
RFK Jr. is the biggest self-created threat to our health and safety. I cannot and I will not stand by while one man dismantles decades of medical progress. Enough is enough.
So that is Haley Stevens. As far as the hepatitis vaccine and what in the world did RFK Jr. do? So here's what he did. He replaced the existing CDC vaccine advisory board with his own people. And the accusation is that the entire board is made up of vaccine skeptics. That's what people are saying. That is what the accusation is. As far as the hepatitis B vaccine, so usually is given at birth, automatically at birth to all infants, right? That's what the current policy is. The new policy would be that the vaccine will be given to babies born to mothers who are hepatitis B positive or their status is unknown. Negative testing mothers should discuss the risks with their doctors and decide for themselves. The panel's basic suggestion is to delay that first dose until about 2 months old, if not given at birth. And now the CDC still has to approve this recommendation. And listen, my shoulders are like above my ears. Like, I don't really understand what the problem is here. So if a baby is born to a mother that actually has hepatitis B, then you give that to the baby because the mom is positive. If the mother's status is unknown, you also give that vaccine to the baby. But if the mother tests negative, then what the moms do, parental choice, should discuss the risks with their doctors and decide for themselves. I don't know, Joan, you're a mom. You're the mom of this show. This seems reasonable to me. I don't know. It seems reasonable to me.
It does take the power of the decision-making away from the government and puts it in the hands of parents. Do you
that's
know
their problem.
that? Yes, it is the problem. At this point, you can tell when children are born, you can tell the doctors, don't vaccinate my child. Don't smear whatever it is that they smear on their eyes. Don't do those things. And the doctors have to abide by your
demands,
your demand. Yeah. So parents can make that decision now, but this is what they're doing right now is just making it, like, putting it into, not law, I guess, but making it the procedure that must happen in hospitals.
More from Haley Stevens.
And that is why I'm pushing to impeach RFK Jr., to hold him accountable and to protect the health, safety, and future of every Michigander. Because our health, our science, and our future are worth fighting for.
It's also worth mentioning she has received $172,000 in donations from pharmaceutical companies and related PACs and executives from that industry. So there is that. And I'm skeptical of Haley Stevens. I'm skeptical of Big Pharma. But why does RFK Jr., what is the justification for wanting to delay the vaccine for those families whose mother is not hepatitis B positive or unknown? This is what RFK Jr. has said.
Hepatitis B is sexually transmitted. You get it from having sex with from multiple partners, gay sex, or from sex workers, or intravenous drug use. Why would you give that to a baby? It clearly, the only reason, in fact, Merck, when it developed the drug, was told by FDA and CDC, we want you to develop this for those vulnerable populations. And the populations, when they didn't buy it, Merck went back to the agencies and saying, you told us to develop this vaccine, nobody's buying it. And CDC said, don't worry, we'll just recommend it for children. We'll force everybody to buy it.
So that is RFK Jr.'s response to all of that. And listen, both sides have their stories. Both sides have their opinions. Some say the vaccine causes MS, autism, and Guillain-Barré syndrome. The impeachment obviously is not going to go anywhere. Republicans control the House. But here's the deal. If Democrats end up winning the midterms, this type of thing is going to happen on a daily basis. As far as the decision goes on the hepatitis B, nothing changes until the full approval of the CDC, and that could take weeks. So, I mean, my bottom line is, and I've always said this, see where this goes and consult your doctor.
But he's not saying that you can't still give it to your child at birth.
Right.
So what is she complaining about?
She's running for Senate. That's why she's doing this. She is running for Senate, and there's a lot of virtue signaling going on the left as well. You know, you want to do everything you can to make it look like you are stopping President Trump, and that's what this is. It is 6:53 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Joan has the news coming up at 7. Joan.
There is a court appearance today, the first time that it'll be in person for Tyler Robinson, the man who allegedly killed Charlie Kirk. We've got details here coming up at 7 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Joan. Dan Mandis here. Whether you are 20, 40, or 60 years old, Vision for Life has the right procedure to help you see clearly without glasses and without contacts. Now, if you're tired of dealing with blurry vision, Dr. Horn at Vision for Life is the name to know in Nashville. This is the guy that I went to. Dr. Horn has helped thousands of people finally break free from glasses and contacts, including me. Now, what makes Vision for Life different is that your treatment is tailored just for you. There is no cookie-cutter approach, just smart, personalized care using the most advanced technology available. So no matter your age or your eye condition, Vision for Life is the destination for vision correction. Schedule a consultation today and let Dr. Horn create a custom vision plan built around your lifestyle and your vision goals. Call them 615-436-2020. Tell them Dan told you to reach out. 615-436-2020. Go to visionforlife.com. Again, that's 436-2020 or visionforlife.com and start seeing life the way it was meant to be seen. Dan Mandis here. You know, the best financial move you can make this time of year. What about lowering that mortgage rate to 4.99% fixed APR? That is the lowest rate in years. Loan Pronto can help you. How about getting up to $500,000 out of your home's equity in the process? Again, you can do that right now with my friends at Loan Pronto. With Loan Pronto's rapid equity loan, you can get a ton of cash, pay off all those high-interest credit cards, and skip up to 2 house payments. Now, one homeowner just got $300,000 approved in under 24 hours, wiped out their credit cards and a couple of car loans. You know, they saved $2,100 every single month. Now, don't wait. No hard credit pull up front, and you probably won't even need an appraisal. Just fast, easy credit, fast, easy cash from your home's equity. So act right now at 615-499-5780, 615-499-5780. Find them online. It is loanpronto.com, and see how much money you can get today. Loanpronto.com, equal housing lender, NMLS 166-1781. APR for well-qualified buyers. Visit nmlsconsumeraccess.org.
It is 7 o'clock, and I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. We do have some information now about that accident this morning that has closed down 40 eastbound near Mount Juliet this morning. Tennessee Highway Patrol say they're investigating. It was an accident that occurred on 40 East near the Highway 109 overpass, and it happened just after midnight. This does include fatalities, so that is why it's taking so long to clean up. Again, that highway should reopen at some point around 8 o'clock this morning is their best guess at this point. We'll have more on it as the morning goes on. The man accused of assassinating Charlie Kirk is set to make his first in-person court appearance today. It's been nearly 3 months since Tyler Robinson was arrested. He has until now appeared on video or audio from jail, and the case has unfolded mostly behind closed doors, which has, of course, fanned the flames of conspiracy theories. Legal analyst Roger Banakdar on Fox News.
They told us that they had audio recordings from Tyler Robinson and a purported confession. They told us that there was video footage from a local fast food restaurant, which somehow now has been demolished, but we're not getting information as to why. There's been changes on the scene from the scene of the incident on the ground where Charlie was assassinated. They were very, very almost oversharing in the beginning, and now they've shut that tap off.
Yeah, and he said today's hearing will address media objections, claiming that the secrecy around it is violating First Amendment protections. A dramatic escalation with Venezuela as the U.S. has seized an oil tanker off that country's coast.
Navy helicopters swooping in, swarming the ship. U.S. Coast Guard forces rappelling down onto the deck. President Trump before the cameras.
We've just seized a tanker on the coast of Venezuela.
Attorney General Pam Bondi says the tanker was used to transport sanctioned oil from Venezuela and Iran and is part of an illicit oil shipping network supporting foreign terrorist organizations.
That's ABC's Martha Raddatz. President Trump also saying that, quote, other things are happening and you'll be seeing that later. Fired over a social media post, Tennessee is now getting sued.
A Nashville woman is suing the state of Tennessee after getting fired over a Facebook post about Charlie Kirk. She said Kirk was a white supremacist. Monica Meeks, a longtime state employee and Army veteran, says her off-duty comment was protected free speech. The Department of Commerce and Insurance claims her post brought the agency into disrepute. Meeks is asking for reinstatement and damages in the federal lawsuit. Ken Weaver, WTN News.
Big gains on the markets yesterday. Market numbers now brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. Things have been not so hot in the futures market until now. The Dow futures have turned positive, up by 24. The NASDAQ futures, however, are still 112 lower. S&P 500 futures, they're down 19. That's the latest news. Stick around for your traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Okay, so we do have that closure. It's continuing this morning. It's 40 eastbound as you're traveling this morning between Mount Juliet Road and Golden Bear Gateway, Beckwith. So it's exits 226 to 229. Police are there. THP on the scene. It's a crash. It was a fatal crash. So the cleanup continues. And of course, they're doing reconstruction of the accident. They're telling us that it should be out of there around 8 o'clock. We will keep an eye on that. 24 westbound side slows down around the Smyrna area all the way in this morning. You also have delays on southbound Brick Church Pike, south of West Trinity Lane. The on-ramp to enter southbound 65 is closed off this morning by an accident in the right lane. Got an accident as well in Priest Lake on Anderson Road at Kirkwood. Make that Kinwood Drive, and out at BNA Couchville Pike at Air Park Center East. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.706 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN, and good morning to you, my friends. Hope you are doing well. And I personally believe that things are looking better economically. I know that we're not there yet. I know that there is work to be done, and Lord help me, I know that Donald Trump could do better at selling what is going on. But I do believe that things are getting better. And over the past several days, and look, I don't want to be accused of spreading, pro-Trump propaganda, which sometimes we hear, whatever. But here's the deal. Things are getting better. And things are getting so much better that we are starting to see the American people acknowledge that affordability is getting better. And yes, that Donald Trump is the one that is championing your economy. And he's doing all that he can. Even CNN. This was yesterday on CNN, of course, and we've been talking about the polling and how Trump is going up. This is on CNN yesterday, talking about what is going on with gas prices.
Look at this, a fresh 4.5-year low, 3.5-year low of $2.95 a gallon as of today. That is miles away from the all-time high set back in 2022 under former President Biden, above $5 a gallon, and it is lower, although only a little bit lower than at this point last year. Look at this.
So there you go. I mean, we know the gas prices are down. I've been telling you over the last, I'm not going to spend a whole lot of time on this today because honestly, I've been talking about this for the better part of a week now. I do believe, though, that things are getting better. But here's the thing. Is that when you have, because there's some people that are out there and they are blasting Donald Trump at every turn. Every economic move, they say, every economic move that the president has made has been an absolute abject failure. And I don't believe that that's true. We can debate the tariffs all day long and twice on Sunday, but here's my thing. Number one, we don't know what's going to happen with the Supreme Court. Number two, that could change everything, and I'm sure that the Trump administration is ready in case the Supreme Court comes back and says, yeah, you know what, that was unconstitutional, and we've got to somehow unwrap all of this. So the Common Man Index, I mentioned that briefly a few seconds ago, that is not an official government measurement, but it was started by one of these financial companies, and you look at the things that the American family must buy, not the niceties, but the things that the American family must buy. And according to the Common Man Index, prices are coming down. So there's a lot of reasons to be optimistic. Some hosts and some folks have a different opinion, and that's all fine, well, and good. But here's the deal. is that what President Trump needs to continue to focus on, number one, is the message about the state of the economy when the president, current President Donald Trump, when he came into office and the things that he has done to try to fix the economy. Now, I know that when President Trump said on day one, and this was a mistake, when President Trump said on day one, prices are going to be lower or I'm going to lower prices, I even said at the time, okay, you realize you're going to have to be held accountable to these kinds of promises out on the campaign trail. Clearly, day one lowering of prices did not happen. But now here we are, not even a full year into the Trump administration. And I do believe that prices are going down. Now, here's the thing. You got people that are anti-Donald Trump and they're going to point to, their own measurements and their own statistics to say that prices are still through the roof. Other people are going to say, oh, no, like me. I choose to look at things from the perspective of GDP is up, the price of gas is going to go down, the tariffs are making an impact, and real wages have gone up, right? I'm not going to do that monologue yet again. But you know who had some really good things to say about what Donald Trump is trying to do? CNBC.
But the affordability issue is from the 22% increase in prices and inflation under Biden. There's just full stop right there. That's the affordability issue. And you ought to be able to explain that better.
Right. That's right. And look, I think that with the economic team, President Trump and the economic team led by Scott Bessent, you have people who very much understand this. And it was they were thrown, what I would say, the worst economy for the average American in my adult lifetime.
Yep.
In terms of like you said, the incredible increase in prices at the household.
I mean, look, Scott Bessent called it the embedded inflation. And I think that that's fair. By the way, the people that will perpetually complain about Donald Trump's economy, they have their own points, and some of them have very good and valid points. We're just going to have to wait and see what happens in 2026 when a lot of the things that were in the big, beautiful bill actually come to fruition as far as the deregulation and the tax policies of the president actually begin. So me personally, I am looking forward to seeing what happens in 2026. And here's the thing. We may not see the economy that we saw when Donald Trump was in office the first time around. We may not see that economy again, or it may take a while for all of that to bake in. But look at where we got it from. And it's hard to turn the economy around when it was so bad under Joe Biden. But everybody's got their points and everybody's got valid points. But for me, I do see a lot of good things on the horizon. And is it going to be enough for the midterm elections? I certainly hope so. But you know what else we have to pay attention to? And I say this all the time. In fact, I think I said it yesterday when we talk about the money that we are paying in taxes and where that money goes and what that money is being used for. For example, yesterday we talked about when Scott Bessent said, and I'm just going to retrace for 5 seconds. When Scott Bessent said, you want to improve your own economy? Move to a red state. Remember that? Where Fox News did this whole thing and they were talking about where is the cost of living highest? And you had states like California and Hawaii, the state of Washington. They looked at the cost of gasoline, the cost of goods, housing, and all that stuff. The top 5 were Democrat-run states. So everybody kind of laughed at Scott Bessent when he said that. But, upon further review, I never questioned Scott Bessent. I knew that he was right. But you look at the state of Illinois, the state of California, it is demonstrably harder to live in those states. It is more expensive to live. It is more expensive to buy a home. It is certainly more expensive to rent a home. We talked about California and how much of a train wreck it is in California. And then you look at a state like Tennessee, you look at a state like Florida, you look at a state like Texas, and it's the same thing. Where all of those states, including Tennessee, it is easier to live. It is cheaper to live. Oh, it's the same thing federally. You look at what our taxpayer dollars are being used for, You can talk about Doge and some of these other things that we have found out since Donald Trump took over and Elon Musk and Doge and all that. And it absolutely sickens you where our taxpayer dollars is going. Heck, look at Minnesota. There has been an update and a development on something that Tim Burchett has appeared on this radio station, on this radio show. He is passionate about stopping a massive and stupid expenditure regarding your taxpayer dollars going to the Taliban. Details coming up next, 7:15, and it's time to check the roads on WTN. So, I don't mean to laugh at the traffic, but good Lord, somebody sped up her traffic report. Was that a... She sounded like a chipmunk. Sammy didn't sound like that. Whatever. I'm not bashing.
This is an 18-second file. She probably had to try and make it fit.
Oh, is that what it is? Okay, whatever. Anyway, we still have 40... Is Joan listening? Is Joan back there? Probably not.
Getting coffee.
All right, getting coffee. Okay, well, we still have big problems on 40 eastbound at Mount Juliet, so that's supposed to be wrapped up at about maybe past 8 o'clock. We'll have more traffic information with Joan coming up next on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Tim Burchett. So he has been on this show a number of different times talking about his desire to stop our taxpayer dollars going to the Taliban. Yeah, the terrorist organization. And remember that he was able to finally get that legislation passed out of the House of Representatives where and this was years in the making. And it is absurd that it was so hard for Tim Burchett, congressman from Tennessee, to be able to get legislation passed, something so simple as to say, yeah, you know what? We probably shouldn't be giving money to the Taliban. Well, dadgummit, there is an infuriating update.
Hey, everybody, Tim Burchett. As you know, as I've been championing the cause to quit paying the dadgum Taliban $40 million or $45 million, whatever it is, a week. We're giving them over $5 billion total since the Biden administration. Every week, we can't stop the bill. We can't get the bill passed in the Senate. It's taken me over a year to get it out of the dadgum House.
Yep.
And we got a fellow over in the Senate who was a staffer, but he was a former, I believe, ambassador to Afghanistan. And his name is what? Tom West. And apparently, our good friend Tulsi Gabbard and the Trump administration denied him his security clearance because of his alleged cozy relationship with the Taliban. And so I suspect that's what's going on in the Senate. That's why they're stopping the bill. And people say, well, y'all are in the majority. Why don't you just act like it? Well, you got to have 60 votes over there to pass a bill of this significance.
So, in other words, there's one guy. Can you look up real quick? Because the congressman doesn't get into who exactly it is that this guy, Tom West, he's a staffer for somebody. And Congressman Burchett doesn't say who it is that this guy works for. But it is so. This is the whole conversation about eliminating the filibuster, where, you know, Tim Burchett, I forget exactly where he stands on eliminating the filibuster, but there's really apparently a Democrat staffer that is preventing this bill from a vote in the Senate. That is incredible to me. When you've got hundreds of millions of dollars going to the Taliban, I understand why the congressman is ticked off.
And that's the holdup. And we're going to continue to see this kind of nonsense until the country wakes up. And I don't care what party you're in. We shouldn't be paying these people any money. They will hate us for free. All they're going to do is use that money to come at us in a different area and kill Americans and kill our allies. Dadgummit. This is what's going on. I'm letting you know about it. You can make the call. Call your senator if you've got a Democrat senator. This is beyond that. This is actual, in my opinion, corruption. We know this money flows around. We know, Elon Musk told us about it flowing into dark money campaigns. And I think some of this money, I'm not sure if this is or some of the other, but surely it's flowing back into the pockets of politicians in Washington. And if it's a Republican, I hope they haul them out of here in chains.
There you go. That's Congressman Tim Burchett. So in case you were wondering, that is the update. Yes, indeed, we are still sending millions of dollars to the Taliban. That is unbelievable. We'll have more on this coming up. It is 7:20 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. Joan's got the news coming up at 7:30. Joan.
Yeah, police in Nashville looking for the driver involved in a deadly crash that killed a bicyclist. Happened early this morning. We've got the details coming up here. Also, we've got that closure on I-40 eastbound side this morning. It's still there in the Mount Juliet area. We've got some more details on that as well coming up at 7:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
(7:21) Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. You know, the weather here in Middle Tennessee, it can get crazy, which is why you need a backup home standby generator from my friends at the Generator Supercenter. Now, they are the nation's #1 Generac generator dealer. You get a free quote and get peace of mind when you have one installed. The Generator Supercenter, they do feature expert installation, 24-hour monitoring as well. They're not going to leave you in the dark. You know, if the power is out in your neighborhood, your home is going to have lights and power thanks to the Generator Supercenter. And they do also offer financing. Yes, financing is available. Tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out. That phone number is 615-879-1952 for the Generator Supercenter, 615-879-1952. Find them online anytime, GeneratorSupercenterofNashville.com, GeneratorSupercenterofNashville.com. (7:23) Nashville's Morning News on WTN. Dan Mandis here for the Wellness Institute of Nashville. Listen, if you are hindered by chronic back and neck pain, go to the Wellness Institute of Nashville. They can help you get back on the road to recovery. Right now, they've got a great special going on. They call it the Big Daddy Trump Special. $12 for a comprehensive exam, x-rays if you need them, a well-explained diagnosis, and that first treatment. 615-246-5009 is the phone number to get started. As always, tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out. 615-246-5009. Listen, if you've got back or neck pain, sciatica, slipped or bulging spinal discs, herniated discs, spinal stenosis, numbness or weakness in the arms and legs, fingers or toes, they can help you with their non-surgical, state-of-the-art spinal decompression. No surgery, no spinal injections, and no painkillers. This is what helped me when I first came to Middle Tennessee. They can help you as well. 615-246-5009 is the phone number. 615-246-5009. Painisbad.com. Painisbad.com. 727, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. Hey, Joan,
Yes.
can we have a non-sped up version of traffic, please? Because I don't know what is going on, but that traffic was like really, really fast.
Oh, yeah.
Good Lord, man. And we love Sammy. I don't know. There must be
Trying to
some
get
sort
through
of.
it all. There's just so much going on.
Well, there's maybe some malfunction. But anyway, so 40 eastbound, real quick, is still closed.
It's still closed at 229. The crash was at 229. So they closed it off 226 to 229 eastbound side. I just heard the updated version of this. At least two people have been killed.
Oh, my goodness gracious. Yeah. So do we know the details of the accident? We've been talking about it all morning long.
We don't. They're not really saying anything just yet. They're still doing the reconstruction of the accident scene. I just saw some aerial photos, and it looks like everything's still out there. There are two cars and the cab of a tractor-trailer truck that look like they were involved in it. It's a pretty big scene.
How badly is traffic backed up?
Oh, it's backed up pretty badly. So they're exiting traffic off. Let's see, where is it? At 226, which is the Beckwith Road exit.
Yeah,
that's jammed. Is it Belinda Parkway?
Yeah, Belinda Parkway.
Okay, so that's all jammed up this morning. So
this is over by the Providence Mall.
Right.
Yeah.
So that's where that's where it took place. That's where they're taking the traffic off the roadway, and it's just a mess.
Okay, well, we'll keep you updated on all of that.
So they say another half hour until they open it, but I don't see it that way. I think it may be there for longer. I think we just need to be prepared for that.
Well, if it's a double fatality, they've got to do all the accident reconstruction and all that kind of stuff, and they've got to clear all the cars off the roadway and all that too. So I mean, it's going to be there a while, and we've actually got people that are on the scene that are texting us into the super text line, right? So you watching those?
I am.
Okay.
I'm watching all of them. Yep.
All right, very good. We've got more on everything that's going on as far as news, traffic, weather. Mike Johnson, by the way, Speaker of the House Mike Johnson, his response to Jasmine Crockett running for the Senate. I've got that for you coming up next. Also, Maduro, President Nicolas Maduro in Venezuela, he is responding to Donald Trump absconding with one of his ghost ships, one of these oil tankers. I've got that story for you and a whole lot more straight ahead. 7:30 on WTN.
$7:30 now. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. Traffic has been a mess this morning. The search is on right now for the driver who ran a speeding car into a bicyclist early this morning near the Davidson County line, killing the person that was on that bike. Channel 4's Jordan James has that story.
After the crash, officers reported that the driver lost control of their vehicle and ended up crashing along the shoulder of the road. It led them and their passengers to get out of the vehicle. The driver reportedly ran off into the woods, possibly armed with a weapon, while the passenger was detained by police at a Taco Bell once they showed up there.
Now, this crash took place at the intersection of Nolensville Pike and Burkett Road. Again, they don't have the driver yet, but they also haven't released any details about what to look for, who to look for in that crash. Well, again, at least two people were killed in the crash on I-40 this morning in Mount Juliet. The eastbound lanes are still shut down. It's 226 to 229 where it's all shut down now. The accident near the Golden Bear Gateway exit. Motorists are being diverted at 226. That's the Beckwith Road exit. And we are expecting it to open. They still are saying around 8 o'clock this morning. But, of course, we'll wait to see if that actually happens. And we'll keep you updated as well. More deputies assigned to work at the Nashville courthouse after Davidson County judges said they were living in fear over a social media post from Congressman Andy Ogles. In it, he said that we are at war, referring to a Somali man accused of raping an unconscious woman downtown in August. That woman later died. Channel 4's Stacey Cameron confirms that the Somali man, Muhammad, did have a long arrest record, and judges never put him in jail.
Now, none of those cases the congressman brought up were felonies, but it's correct. Muhammad was no stranger to criminal courts here in Nashville. Not counting the rape case that's brought all of this attention to his criminal record, Muhammad has been arrested at least 15 times since 2015, 7 times this year alone.
Sheriff's deputies at the courthouse say there have been No threats of violence after that Facebook post. Nearly 1,000 new jobs coming to Clarksville. Japanese auto parts maker T-Red North America investing $90 million to open its first Tennessee facility in Clarksville. The company's U.S. headquarters is in Hopkinsville. This location expands production of heat exchange technologies for automotive, agricultural, and construction equipment. That is the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Thank you, Joan. 7:33, Nashville's Morning News on WTN. D.T. McCall's. I love this company. I bought so much stuff at D.T. McCall's. This is a great Tennessee company. They are here for their fellow Tennesseans with great prices, selection, and value as well. I've been telling you for years about these folks. I was a customer before I was an endorser. They've been helping people out for, count them, 4 generations here in Middle Tennessee, over 100 years. And if you need it, they've got it at D.T. McCall's. Indoor furniture, if you've got a room to fill, go to D.T. McCall's. If you need something that plugs in, they've got it. They've always got specials going on to save you money. Just go to their website, dtmccalls.com. Great prices, great selection, great value on all the best brands of appliances and furniture. Again, they've been at it over 100 years with that focus on customer service. If you buy it, they're going to deliver it for free and haul away the old stuff. They got 5 locations across Middle Tennessee: Carthage, Cookeville, Lebanon, Lafayette, and Franklin. Always online, dtmccalls.com. .34, Nashville's Morning News and Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. This is my HVAC company, and this month, Busy Bee is spreading holiday cheer with amazing deals and community giving. It's all about saving you money with Busy Bee, and not a lot of companies are doing that these days, but yes, Busy Bee is, no matter the month, by the way. But one example, call Busy Bee, upgrade that water heater, and you get a free 10-year parts warranty. If you've got a clogged main line, take advantage of Busy Bee's 93 or free offer. If they can't get your drains flowing, you pay nothing. Great deals from a fantastic HVAC company, one of Tennessee's best, Busy Bee HVAC. They're always trying to save you money and help the community. This month, December, you drop off a new toy to Busy Bee's headquarters in Lebanon for needy kids in Wilson County. Find details on all of these great offers at their website, busybeehvac.com, and call them. Tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out, 615-775-7833, 615-775-7833, busybeehvac.com.
Well, the scene is still there. The crash on I-40 eastbound has it closed off from Mount Juliet Road to Golden Bear Gateway, Beckwith Road exit 229. It is closed for an investigation. Serious accident there. And we've just heard an update that it was at least 2 fatalities involved in that accident scene this morning. Now, they're saying it'll be cleared away at around 8 o'clock this morning, but we have no sign that that's actually going to happen for us. So be advised that motorists are being diverted at 226. That's the Beckwith Road exit. You'll have to get around it somehow this morning, and it's going to be jammed up any way you go. Creve Hall, 65 northbound, a crash takes out 2 right lanes at Harding Place in Laverne on 24, the westbound side. It's a crash reported at Old Hickory Boulevard South, exit 62. Hermitage, Andrew Jackson Parkway. Watch for a crash there at Old Lebanon Dirt Road, and it's blocked off on southbound Brick Church Pike this morning. A crash there. It's been there all morning long, actually, just south of West Trinity Lane. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
7:37, Nashville's Morning News. I'm a little lost. It's okay, Joan.
You're in the studio, Dan.
I know. I'm in the studio. I got like 5 things going on in my head.
Yeah.
So, real quick, we are bucking the radio station, the corporate overlords, and their really lame choices of bumper music. So we are inserting our own, and this is Sam's hour to pick the choice. So go ahead, Sam. What's your bumper music? I like this. What is this?
Snow in the Holler by Nashville's own Troubadour Blue.
Oh, nice. Troubadour Blue. I love it. All right, very good. Well done, Sam. Palate cleanser from Jones.
Oh, stop.
I'm just kidding, Joe.
So somebody said that I have more class. No, I have more something in my pinky. What was it?
More, culture, something like that.
Culture.
Yeah, culture. Yeah.
It's all about culture, Dan. That's what it's all about.
Okay.
Look, the Nabisco wafers sitting in my grandparents' fallout shelter from 1956 also have culture, but they're stale.
Well done, Sam. Well done. All right. I want to around the room question and answer.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Are the Democrats doing the Republicans a favor by running Jasmine Crockett for the Senate in Texas? Are the Democrats doing the Republicans a favor by basically allowing her to run for the Senate in Texas? Joan, you say yes or no?
I say, heck yeah.
Sam?
Yeah.
I would agree. This is Mike Johnson.
Can I get your thoughts on Jasmine Crockett's run for Senate?
Asking about Jasmine. He's laughing. He's laughing and rubbing his hands together.
I'm absolutely delighted that Jasmine Crockett is running for Senate in Texas. I think it's one of the greatest things that's happened to the Republican Party in a long, long time.
Everybody's all the Republicans, I don't know who that is in the background.
Yeah.
But they're laughing in the background. See, they know. We talked about this yesterday.
So, Yahoo News has a...
While you look for that, I'm going to play the rest of this.
Yeah, go for it.
She is the face of the Democratic Party. She and Mamdani. Good luck with that. I want her to have the largest, loudest microphone that she can every single day, and we look forward to having that election down there. We are going to elect another Republican senator in Texas. Texas is a red state. The people of Texas are common sense Americans, and what Jasmine is trying to sell will not be purchased by the folks of Texas. That is my prediction. Yes.
That is House Speaker Mike Johnson. And the Republicans actually have put out now an ad. Did you find that Yahoo story?
I did.
Go ahead.
So this is, they say the National Republican Senatorial Committee put out a poll in July that included Jasmine Crockett's name, and it showed her as the leading Democrat in a hypothetical matchup. She wasn't actually in any polling. The polling included Beto O'Rourke and Joaquin Castro, also Cullen Allred. But they decided to throw her hat in there too because she was surging.
Yeah.
And they put it out as, it was fake news, but they put the polling out anyway, and she bid. She was like, "Oh, they love me. They love me statewide. I'm going to do this."
Wow.
And so they kind of tricked her into it. And Cullen Allred even took the bait. He bailed out and said, "I'm not going to try to run for Senate. I'll go back to Congress, go back to the House of Representatives instead."
Mm-hmm.
And so everybody kind of cleared the way and let her run. And that's why the Republicans are they're giggling. They're giddy.
Well, here's the I don't believe that she's going to win.
She's not even favored to win the seat from the primary.
No, she was
James
from the
Tellerico is leading the polls over her.
State lawmaker. Polly Market had her second, if I remember right. I don't know if that's changed, but the Republicans have now an ad, and if you're watching on Super Talk TV, you can see it on Super Talk TV. But there's plenty of audio here as well. You've got Jasmine Crockett, and she's Democrats talking some smack.
I challenge somebody to go and find a clip of a Democrat invoking violence.
So it says challenge accepted.
Let's extinguish him for good. I will go and take Trump out tonight.
We're going to fight it in the courts, and we're going to fight it in the streets.
When they go low, we're going to bury them below the Capitol. That's what we're going to do.
I mean, Joan, this goes for 2 minutes.
Oh, but before you move on, does Swalwell have the most punchable face?
Perhaps.
Okay.
We would never advocate for violence on this show, Sam.
It's a descriptor.
But I would say yes.
And we're going to fight it in the streets.
When they go low, we're going to bury them below the Capitol. That's what we're going to do.
We take them to the mud and choke them out.
You know, there needs to be unrest in the streets for as long as there's unrest in our lives.
I mean, I don't want to keep going on, but I mean, you've got all these Democrats and all these, I think now infamous quotes from Democrats.
Punch these sons of bitches in the mouth. I take him behind the gym and beat the hell out of him.
It just goes on and on. Beto O'Rourke.
Dunk over their heads and win some fucking power.
Whoop. Did you get that? You know, I should have known the second I saw Beto O'Rourke that he was going to bring the potty mouth.
Hurt my finger pressing the dump button so
Did
fast.
it hurt your finger?
Little boo-boo.
Shame on you, Beto. Beto dropped the F-bomb. You know, the people watching on Super, because, you know, Super Talk TV is pre-delay. So they're getting quite the earful today because Gavin Newsom earlier said a bad word as well. Shame on you, Democrats. All right, it is 7:45, but the thing with Jasmine Crockett, Democrats are not the ones that are invoking violence against Republicans. I love that. Challenge accepted, and you've got 2 minutes of Democrats doing nothing but threatening Republicans. It is 7:45. Time to check the roads on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Sam is going to do the traffic this time around. Sam, what is going on with 40 eastbound?
Still closed between Mount Juliet Road and Golden Bear Parkway. They are getting cars off the interstate. Is that still closed for a double fatality investigation on 40? And then I-65 northbound, we got a crash with the right 2 lanes blocked before Harding Place, exit 78. Out in Laverne, Rutherford County, have a crash with the right shoulder blocked, I-24 westbound on Old Hickory Boulevard South. Hermitage got a crash, Andrew Jackson Parkway at Old Lebanon Dirt Road. That's probably going to add to the backup leaving Mount Juliet. Metro Center, downtown area, got a crash reported I-65 southbound at the Rosa Parks Boulevard, exit 85. Ashland City got a crash involving a school bus out at Old Clarksville Pike, east of West Blue Springs Road. And just a reminder, Midtown, downtown, there's sewer work with 1 lane open at 21st Avenue South and Medical Center Drive. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Sam. Cloudy today, cool, a high of 42, feels like 38. Appreciate you listening to Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. So you've got Nicolas Maduro now, the guy who is the president for now of Venezuela. He is basically saying that Donald Trump has stolen that oil tanker. Now, I did a deep dive on this earlier, and I think that when you look at exactly what it is that the Venezuelans have been doing with these oil tankers, I think this is I've got a lot of good stories today. This is actually one of my favorite stories, because here's the thing with Nicolas Maduro and the Venezuelans. This is what they call a ghost ship. And these ghost ships, they hide where they are. They hide, their locations through satellite jamming or whatever it is that they do. And President Trump said, you know what? Enough is enough. And we went ahead and we took that Venezuelan oil tanker.
It's been an interesting day from the standpoint of news. As you probably know, we've just seized a tanker on the coast of Venezuela, large tanker, very large. Largest one ever seized, actually. And other things are happening, so you'll be seeing that later, and you'll be talking about that later with some other people.
So that is President Trump. One of the things that he said, you just heard it there, is other things, it said something to the effect of other things are going to be happening as well. And the president makes a lot of sense, because this is a sanctioned oil tanker. And so this is something the president, frankly, should have done a long time ago, because ultimately what Venezuela and Iran have been doing is they've been using this oil tanker to sell oil on the black market. Well, it's sanctioned. And so what they're doing is they're using the money that they get to, when they sell this oil, they're using the money that they get to fund terrorism. And so it's about darn time.
Do you disagree with President Trump's ultimate goal of regime change in Venezuela?
This is Chuck Schumer.
Look, the bottom line is President Trump throws out so many different things in so many different ways. You don't even know what the heck he's talking about. You know, obviously, if Maduro would just flee on his own, everyone would like that. But we don't know what the heck he's up to when he talks about that. So it's very, very, you cannot say, I endorse this, I endorse that, when Trump is all over the lot, not very specific, and very worrisome at how far he might escalate.
So that is Chuck Schumer. And, you know, we do have that massive military presence in the Caribbean Sea. The president says, again, we'll probably just keep the tanker and the boat. This thing had about 1.8 million barrels worth of oil. This particular tanker, again, has been sanctioned by the United States because they say it's involved in illicit oil shipping networks supporting foreign terrorist organizations. And basically, to get into more detail, Venezuela has been working with Iran and Hezbollah in oil purchases and trades, skirting those sanctions. They've been selling oil on the black market. We've sanctioned this particular oil tanker, and we have for years. So this is, I'm going to remind you folks of this. You remember way back when Joe Biden was criticized, and I was right there screaming from the mountaintops. Joe Biden was criticized for simply allowing Iran to sell oil again, despite the sanctions placed on them by Donald Trump in 2018. So Biden comes in and he basically looked the other way and basically allowed Iran to sell oil again, despite the sanctions. Iran made billions of dollars on the black market. That eventually paved the way for Iran to use that money to pay for Hamas to invade Israel. Remember all that? And Joe Biden, that was courtesy of Joe Biden. So Donald Trump is sick and tired of all that happening. And so now he's decided to go after these nations, again, Venezuela and Iran. And I love the fact that Donald Trump is doing this. And it is called peace through strength. Other presidents like Joe Biden have let Iran and Venezuela get away with this for a long time, bringing drugs into our country, funding terrorism for far too long. This is what peace through strength looks like. And I love it. And also, by the way, let's remember that Venezuela sends a ton of oil to China as well. This boat, the Skipper, they call it, was on its way to Cuba and then, yes, to Asia. And so part of what they did, part of what this boat did, this ship had falsified location data and fake identifiers. And again, they call them ghost ships, and there's a lot of them out there. I love what GB News out of London had to say about what Donald Trump is doing.
This is really about sanctions busting, really, because the Venezuelan regime, of course, is illegally exporting oil, and it ends up in China. And so the United States basically is enforcing the sanctions that are in place. This is a very impressive military operation. It's American exceptionalism writ large here, and three cheers to President Trump, I think, for launching this kind of raid. We can't imagine, for example, Keir Starmer doing something like this. And so this is the United States, the world superpower, flexing its muscles on the world stage against a vicious, brutal communist tyrant. And that's a great thing to see the United States actually taking action here. You know, the United States really is standing up, I think, to one of the most odious regimes on the face of the earth. And if Maduro actually ends up being thrown out of office as a result of U.S. action, great. He's a dictator and a tyrant.
1.6 million barrels of oil was seized, worth well over $95 million, making that the most valuable part of the seizure.
I wonder how many boats there are. Didn't you say there's like 30 of these ghost ships?
Oh, that was actually their entire navy.
Oh, that was
it's only 34
talked
ships.
about this earlier. So I guess we don't know how many ghost ships there are out there, but
well, like
if we found this one, we
that's why they call them ghosts.
Yeah, if we found this one, we can find other ones as well. So now I think President Trump talking about there's going to be more coming that you're going to be talking about, discussing this with the media. How long before the Democrats come out in favor of ghost ships, right? Because they're already coming out in favor of these narco terrorists. And we were talking to Brian Wilson a couple of days ago. That poll came out and showed that the American people overwhelmingly support blowing these narco terrorists out of the water. I would even believe that the American people are okay with the double tap.
So reports would kind of allege somewhere between, there's 4 known, they call them zombie tankers in this.
Yes.
4 known, but there could be at least several dozen of these ghost ships with false identifiers floating around the ocean.
Okay. So we'll find every single one and we'll take them out, or I don't think we want to sink the ships. We just want to take them and abscond with all that oil.
We don't want 1.6 million barrels of oil sinking to the ocean floor.
No, we'll go ahead and take them. And I don't know. Can you see if you can find out what we did with the crew? I'm just curious as to what we did with the crew.
I tried to earlier. That probably won't get released until later today.
All right.
On what's going to happen. But I think they're going to get a first-class ticket back to Venezuela.
It is 7:54, and Joan's got the news coming up at 8. Joan.
So, you know who Maria Corina Machado is, right?
Yes.
So she is in Oslo, and she's talking. She's talking about the seizure of that Venezuelan oil tanker, and she's also talking about how she got to Oslo. Wait till you hear her story coming up at 8 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Joan. 7:54, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk and Window Nation. Listen, friends, if you need to replace your windows here in 2025, waning weeks of 2025 or 2026, your company has got to be Window Nation. Now, listen, right now, they've got a great deal for the month of December trying to save you money. They've got 50% off all window styles. It is Window Nation's end-of-year sale. 50% off all window styles. You could also get 0% interest financing for 5 years. Replace your old or builder-grade windows with custom-built, high-quality windows from my friends at Window Nation. I've got 4 windows from Window Nation in my home, a couple in my downstairs basement studio, 1 in the kitchen, and 1 in the bedroom as well. Window Nation is a great company, A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau, 96% customer satisfaction rating, and over 45,000 5-star reviews, including mine. Don't forget that great year-end of sale, 50% off all window styles, and you could get 0% interest financing for 5 years. Find them online, windownation.com. Windownation.com. Tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out. USS, United Structural Systems. I've been telling you about USS for years now. They are experts in waterproofing, concrete leveling, and foundation repair, to name just a few. I mean, you go to their website, USSTN.com. They have all kinds of things they can help you out with. Main ones I talk about, of course, basement and crawl space waterproofing, basement wall stabilization, and foundation repair. This is a great company. They have helped me several times with my home. That is why I proudly endorse United Structural Systems. Now, I'm one of 30,000 satisfied customers, and they can help you as well. They're not going to charge you for any unnecessary repairs, and you won't pay a dime until the work is done and you are a satisfied customer. And again, they can help you with all kinds of things. Go to their website, huge menu of things they can help you out with. And again, my main 3, basement and crawl space waterproofing, basement wall stabilization, foundation repair. They've helped me specifically with basement and crawl space waterproofing and foundation repair. We guarantee our best. Call USS 615-488-7855, 615-488-7855, USSTN.com. All right, so I'm going to say this, and I think we would all agree. They laughed at Donald Trump when he came down that escalator, and now they're laughing. Republicans are laughing at Jasmine Crockett there. So people on the text line, and I actually thought about this, people on the text line saying they laughed at Trump, and look where that got them. So, and I would agree with that. By the way, Steve says, Joan.
Yes.
Joan has more class than elementary and high school combined. These people.
That's a good one. Thank you, Steve.
How do I get the Joan fan club?
Lots of boogers in elementary and high school.
How do I get the Joan Jones fan club? I don't have a fan club. I don't even have a fan club in my own house. When my dog goes to the bathroom in the house, it's usually in my room.
Me and Sam, we love you.
Sure
Dan
you do.
Mandis.
You know,
we're your fan club.
You just want me for my In-N-Out stickers.
Yeah, well, yeah.
It's 8 o'clock on WTN.
It is 8 o'clock. I'm Joan Jones with your top stories. And here we are, 8 o'clock. And that closure on I-40 eastbound is still there this morning. It's closed between Mount Juliet Road and Golden Bear Gateway, Beckwith Road, 229. That's that fatal crash. They're saying there were at least 2 fatalities involved in that crash. It has been there since 12:30 this morning. So that closure still exists on eastbound 40. We will keep you updated as we learn more. In the news, we're hearing now from Maria Corina Machado. She is the Venezuelan opposition leader, and she's talking about the U.S. seizing an oil tanker off the coast of Venezuela yesterday. Machado saying it's a welcome development. She says criminal groups operate the country's oil trade.
They use those resources to repress and persecute our people, to buy arms, to infiltrate the military or movements.
Machado has escaped Venezuela, is now in Oslo, Norway. She's accepting the Nobel Peace Prize while she's there. Machado telling reporters, yes, she did get some help to leave Venezuela.
Yes, we did get support from the United States government to get here.
Yeah, Machado saying her life would be at risk if Nicolas Maduro was able to track her movements. A church has gone up in flames in East Nashville this morning. The fire breaking out at the Scott Avenue Church of Christ just before 6 o'clock. Now, this fire has caused extensive damage, including the collapse of some walls and the church steeple. No injuries reported. The congregation asking for prayer as they decide where to hold services and where to go from here. There are some new limits for Tennesseans who are receiving SNAP benefits. Channel 4's Alexandria Adams.
So starting next year, you will not be able to use SNAP benefits to buy candy, energy drink, sodas, and sugary drinks.
The changes come after Governor Lee submitted a request to the federal government in August. Maha's RFK Jr. sees the benefit of these limits.
U.S. taxpayers should not be paying to feed kids foods, the poorest kids in our country, with foods that are going to give them diabetes.
There are more than 700,000 Tennesseans now receiving SNAP benefits. An undercover sting operation has shut down a Nashville business.
Metro Police shut down a massage parlor in South Nashville after reports of prostitution. Investigators say a spa on Harrison Street was linked to online ads and offered sex for cash during a sting. Officers say numerous condoms were found throughout the building, along with massage rooms with baby wipes, lotions, and oils. 3 women, ages 38, 39, and 46, were booked on felony licensing charges. The 46-year-old faces a prostitution count. Ken Weaver, WTN News.
Dow futures right now are +8. This is your market numbers report brought to you by Beacon Capital Management online at beaconcm.com. S&P futures, though, are down 24, and the NASDAQ futures falling 137. The stock market open in just about 27 minutes. That is the latest news, traffic, and weather next. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News. Yeah, it's not open yet. 40 eastbound between Mount Juliet Road and Golden Bear Gateway. Beckwith, it is still closed off this morning as the crash cleanup continues and the investigation there as well. 2 fatalities at least reported in that mix this morning. You've got an accident northbound on 65 before Harding Place. This is in Creve Hall. It's on the right shoulder is blocked there, but it is stop and go all the way from Cool Springs. Franklin, a crash on 840 westbound before I-65 with the right lane blocked off there. You also have a crash on 24 westbound in Laverne. This is at Old Hickory Boulevard South. A crash in Hermitage at Andrew Jackson Parkway at Old Lebanon Dirt Road. It is jammed up this morning coming in from the Goodlettsville area or from Pleasant View area. Both 24 and 65 are jammed up completely heading into Nashville. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.807, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. So it looks like 40 eastbound is still closed in Mount Juliet.
Yes, it is.
All right, so we're going to keep an eye on that. Even after, I don't know if Joan's still back there, but even after 9, we should continue to monitor the traffic and let people know when it opens back up. I cannot imagine how big of a backup. Do you have that up, Sam?
Yeah, I've got the map pulled up.
Because, I mean, I that's the way that I go home. Not today because I've got an appointment down at Cool Springs, but traffic is heavy.
I mean,
and especially if you're headed if you're going east from the city and you're heading down that way, because it's over there by Providence Mall, all lanes shut down, double fatality.
Mm-hmm.
And this has been going on since what? Like 6 o'clock this morning, 6 o'clock this morning?
I think this map says that the accident happened sometime around midnight.
Really? I didn't see that when I was coming in on the other side, but whatever. Okay, so anyway.
I think Joan said earlier somewhere closer to 2, but it's yeah, you're right. It's been going on for hours. And pretty much, if you look at the map, from the airport out to the Belinda City Parkway area, it is just completely all blacked out pretty much.
Okay, well, prayers for the families of those involved, and we'll keep you updated on the traffic. You know, it's interesting, Sam. We've had a very controversial show today. I mean, there was one, Joan's choice of a Christmas song in the 6 o'clock hour. Holy mackerel.
I don't think it was controversial at all.
Joan, that was controversial, and we'll talk about that in the 8:35.
We'll let Chris Hand decide.
So that was very controversial. Also controversial was the conversation about Jelly Roll and his want as a convicted, I'm going to air quote this, violent felon, that he wants to own a firearm again. That also was very controversial here on the radio broadcast. So one of the things that we talked about earlier, and go take the poll. Basically, the bottom line is, I'm going to tell the story again, but go take the poll, watch us on YouTube, and take the poll on YouTube, and it's Daily Dan poll. Should Jelly Roll be allowed to own a gun or carry a gun? As a convicted felon in the state of Tennessee, he is not allowed to for life, and he says that he is going to speak to the governor and maybe the state legislature about figuring out a way where people, someone like him, who has paid his debt to society, like it seems to me 20-fold, and should he be allowed to own a gun? So we're going to get to that part of the conversation, but go take the Daily Dan poll on YouTube, because I mean, it is split, like right down the middle. So Jelly Roll was on with Joe Rogan, and it was a great moment where they're talking about his weight loss, and they're talking about what it was like for Jelly Roll as he was, fresh out of jail, I guess, or whatever it was, many, many years ago, before he was a star. He was watching Craig Morgan at the Grand Ole Opry. And so they were talking about that and something that Jelly Roll said on stage, but it was all a ruse.
I'm going to show you something else, too. I didn't think I'd make a joke. I'm going to show you this. It's my buddy. Give me some volume, Jay.
To say congratulations on all the great things happening in your career.
Craig Morgan is on the screen.
And to thank you for the positive difference you're making in the lives of so many people who need the help. You're doing great work, buddy, and I'll never forget meeting you on the Grand Ole Opry and how much it meant to me to hear you say my music helped you get through some really tough times. That's one thing country music does really well.
And then he gets up, and it turns out he's in the Grand Ole Opry. And the Grand Ole Opry stage is in the background.
And who would have ever dreamed back then that I'd be back at the Opry House today to say, Jelly Roll, you're officially invited to become a member of the Grand Ole Opry. It's an honor to say welcome to the family, brother.
Jelly Roll is crying, face in hands.
He wanted to play that for you when you're here.
Openly sobbing. Even Joe Rogan is crying.
Have a hug.
And then he asks Joe Rogan for a hug. And these two embrace. It is, I don't know, I think it's a great moment. I think that was a great moment. And I did admit, I've seen it 3 times now, so it no longer makes me weepy. But this morning, man, I was like, holy mackerel. And obviously, it is a great moment for Jelly Roll because, he spent collectively about 7 years overall in prison. And it was always his dream to be a member of the Grand Ole Opry. And so he does credit, and this is why I love Jelly Roll so much. He credits that time behind bars as having taught him that he actually had something to offer. He'd do, they call them freestyle raps, and he would write songs in prison that the other inmates loved. So then he got out of prison. He changed his ways. One of the things that helped him change his life, he got a phone call in prison where he was told that he was going to be a father. And so at that moment, he decided, he prayed to God, help me change my ways, and that is exactly what he's done. So he is now going to be an official member of the Grand Ole Opry. So congratulations to Jelly Roll. He is, by all accounts, a great father. And he has now lost a ton of weight. His music is incredibly popular, and he does amazing charitable work around Tennessee. Well, then this happened, where they started also talking about, after the big hug and everything else, they talk about the amount of weight that Jelly Roll has lost.
You're a totally new human being.
It is, man. You know what's crazy? I don't want to get super spiritual out the gate, but I will because I think God wants me to right now because you saying that. There's a scripture in the Bible that says, in Christ all things are a new creation, which I thought was interesting because it didn't talk about restoring the old. It says that in God, we are a completely new creation. You know what I mean? So like I was looking at it at first like I'm restoring my heart. But then when you're saying that, I'm like, no, I didn't restore my heart. I got a whole new heart. This is a brand new heart, Joe. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It might be cloaked as the old one, but God touched it. This is a whole new heart, baby.
I mean, you have to be an ingrate not to love Jelly Roll. But coming up, the most controversial part of this morning's program coming up next. It is 8:15 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Time to check the roads.
Yeah, still have that closure on I-40 eastbound between Mount Juliet Road and Golden Bear Gateway, Beckwith Road exit. And then a crash on I-65 northbound at Harding Place, exit 78, with the right shoulder blocked. Stop and go traffic from Cool Springs Boulevard there. Out in Williamson County, got a crash with the right lane blocked at I-840 westbound before the I-65 exit 31 exit. Stop and go traffic from Arno Road, exit 37 there. Crash in Hermitage at Andrew Jackson Parkway at Old Lebanon Dirt Road. crash out in Cheatham County involving a school bus at Old Clarksville Pike, east of West Blue Springs Road. And a reminder, in Midtown, we got sewer work with one lane open at 21st Avenue and Medical Center Drive. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
As far as your weather goes, cloudy and cool today, a high of 42, feeling like 38. Appreciate you listening to Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. So Jelly Roll is a convicted felon. And he spent that 7 years in jail collectively. He went in and out of jail. And so, number one, I believe that he is a prime example of somebody who goes into prison, goes into the jail system, the prison system, and he figures it out. And he gets that perspective of a man who is reborn in prison. And I love that. And as I said, he's done amazing charitable work, etc. But this is interesting. It could go either way. This was earlier in the program, very controversial. Jelly Roll says that because he is a violent offender, he's not allowed to hunt with a gun. So he just bought a big piece of property here in Tennessee. He's from Antioch, by the way. And I assume he'd like to hunt on it. And so they started talking about this. But he can't because he is not allowed to own a gun because of his convictions. And so Jelly Roll would like to see that change. This is part of that discussion that he had with Joe Rogan.
Can I ask you something?
Yes, sir.
You're not allowed to own a firearm, or you're allowed to operate one?
No, sir.
No, so
I'm
you
not
can't
allowed to
rifle hunt at all?
No, sir. I'm on my first hunt pretty much.
And is that forever?
Well, this is interesting. I am, this is slippery slope for me. I am up for a pardon this year. My paperwork has been sent into my governor, and he considers pardons in every December. So every day, I'm just kind of praying. You know what I mean? But even if he gives me the pardon, unfortunately, Tennessee has a zero forgiveness policy for violent offenders. So I would be pardoned, but I wouldn't be adjudicated. What's it called? When they
exonerated?
Exonerated. I wouldn't be. The charges aren't completely gone. So what I'd have to do is, and this is my hope, is that my goal in this is that I want to reach out to legislation eventually and go, hey, like, if nothing else, I'd like my right to hunt. Like, it's done a lot for my mental health. It's done a lot for my physical health. Raped somebody or killed somebody. But I think that there should be some path to redemption. Even if it takes 30 years, put something unrealistic up there. Can't get a speeding ticket for 20 years. But like, I think it's important for people to have a path to redemption. I'm a redemption guy. And, if God didn't just show me so many paths, you know what I mean? Then
I think it's one of the more beautiful aspects of Christianity.
Right.
That it does offer you a path to redemption, like a true legitimate path where you can become a different person.
Yeah, so there you go. I mean, here's the deal. You could call it the Jelly Roll law. At what point is someone allowed to carry a firearm if they've been convicted of a violent crime? Well, we talked about that. You have federal law that says, no, you cannot ever own a gun if you've been convicted of most felonies where you spend a year in prison. Federally, if you're pardoned, you can get those rights back. In Tennessee, you get busted for a felony, any felony, apparently, you cannot own a gun for life, not even in your home. So I grokked it, and it says that you can get a pardon from the governor, and that can restore your rights if it is specified in the pardon. But apparently, that is quite the process. It is quite the production. And I saw one article that said it is almost impossible. I don't really know. But that brings the question. So if somebody like a Jelly Roll, who has clearly, paid his price to society, and he's paid it back, big time, 20-fold, should he be allowed to hunt on his property? He's got sons. He said that he would like to hunt. So there's a lot of people that chimed in on the YouTube page and on the YouTube chat and also on the super text line. And it was pretty split. It was pretty split. On the super text line, I felt like it was 70-30. 70% said, yeah, I'd let Jelly Roll own a gun. 30% said no. There are some folks that said, you know what, I did my time for like 20 years, and I can't own a gun. So why should Jelly Roll get special treatment? Well, you heard Jelly Roll say that what he's talking about is going to the state legislature and trying to figure out some sort of a way, some sort of a compromise where if somebody has paid their, their due, then they'd be able to own a gun to hunt. But here's the deal. The second somebody, and this is where I'm going to be a Danny Downer because I think the Jelly Roll conversation is a great one. But, okay, so let's say the state legislature and the governor says, okay, so we're going to come up with the Jelly Roll law, and if you spent 20 years in prison, 30 years in prison for a felony, but there is a process for you to get your gun back, and then you get your gun back and something horrible happens, that means that this is going to be, talked about as the moment where they changed the law to allow violent offenders to get guns back, right? It could go either way, but here's the deal. I'm just going to say this. I'm arguing with myself. I hate when I do this. But if you're a violent offender and you want to do no good, well, then you're going to get a gun regardless and do whatever it is that you're going to do. So I don't know. We did a real quick in the 6 o'clock hour. We did a quick Daily Dan poll. We are doing it again here. And what are people saying now? Because earlier it was pretty evenly divided, 50-50.
It's divided the other direction. 52% saying no, they don't believe you should get it.
So 52%. I'd be willing to bet that 52% say love Jelly Roll, love his music.
Nope.
Can't make an exception.
No.
I bet you that's what people are saying. A lot of people are saying. So, all right, very good. 822, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk. I just think the whole Jelly Roll conversation is a great one because I do like his music. I love his story, and I do love that about Christianity and redemption. And so for Jelly Roll, I don't know what the governor is going to do on that one. It would be interesting to see the state legislature look at that and decide if that's the road that they wanted to go down. And, maybe I'll reach out to Cameron Sexton or Jack Johnson and see if they have any thoughts on that. It is 8:23 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. We've got the news with Joan Jones coming up at 8:30. Joan.
So I-40 eastbound could be reopened within minutes. We've got new details about what happened that closed down a stretch of the roadway ever since around midnight last night. Details coming up here at 8:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Well, speaking of 2A, Dan Mandis here from My 2A Connection, the Glock store. Now, last weekend, it was a huge success with Tactical Santa. So got all these people, went over to the Glock store, took pictures of Tactical Santa with Tactical Santa and their favorite props, whether it is a gun, whether it is a pet, family photos with Tactical Santa and all your favorite firearms, etc. This is so Tennessee. You show up with your favorite props, and for $25, you get a professional family portrait by Glock Store's in-house photographer, and it's a great opportunity to create memories. And while you're at the Glock Store taking photos, take advantage of shopping for some great specials and discounts on all things 2A for you or your loved ones at the Glock Store. Now, it all wraps up this weekend, so if you want to go to the Glock Store, take a picture with Tactical Santa with all of your favorite props and family members and pets, this weekend is your last chance. This is incredibly popular. And again, this is the final weekend. Tactical Santa at the Glock Store, Saturday and Sunday online, glockstore.com, shoot270.com. Tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out. Dan Mandis here, 825 Zintex. Now, this is a great way, utilizing Zintex, a great way to increase the value of your home. A bathroom upgrade from Zintex, a great company that has a great deal just for listeners to my show. But listen to this. Have you thought about converting your bathtub into a walk-in shower? Now, Zintex can do that. And for listeners to my show, you can get $999 off or 0% interest for 2 years, whatever works best for you. Zintex has won awards for ethics from the Better Business Bureau. Last year, they were voted one of the best places to work in the construction industry. And happy employees mean great customer service for you. Now, remember that great deal? You can get $999 off or 0% interest for 2 years, whatever does work best for you. By the way, you mentioned WTN. You get a free Kohler toilet with your purchase. Find them online at Zintex.com, Zintex, Zintex.com. Hey, Joan, I'm going to get in trouble for this.
What now?
Well, yeah, I mean, something's wrong with that traffic report. It's just so sped up.
Yeah.
Do you know what I keep thinking about when I hear that?
No.
Mr. Roboto.
Yeah.
Right?
It does have that. Yes.
It does. And we love Sammy. Something's wrong with it. I don't know what they're doing, but it's sped. I have to acknowledge the train wreck. I can't just let that go and not acknowledge that it just sounds like, hello, Mr. Roboto. So, but 40 eastbound, just to reiterate, in case you missed it from the Mr. Roboto traffic report, 40 eastbound at, where is it? It's in Mount Juliet, right there, Providence.
Right.
Still shut down. And by the way, we should mention 2215, the traffic in Providence is absolutely gridlocked. Mount Juliet Road, I cannot even imagine what it's like on MJR, because I travel that almost every day, right over 40. It is a nightmare when there's nothing going on. So if you need to go east on 40 and just basically around Providence, find another way. Take 70 or take Division. Just if you're trying to go east, just avoid that whole area because it is messed up. It's a bad accident, too.
Yeah.
Is there any word, Joan, on when they're going to be able to open that double fatality?
They were saying around 8:30, so it could be any moment now.
Oh, you know what?
there we go.
6246, interstate back
Crash
open.
is clear. 40 eastbound at Golden Bear Gateway now cleared, finally. So it's out of there. But what a wreck this morning. Literally.
Oh, yeah, it was awful. It's awful
Yeah.
wreck.
So I have a little bit more information about it in the news coming
Okay.
up. I don't want to give it all away here.
Well, then why don't we go to the news on
Let's
WTN?
do. It is now 8:30, and I'm Joan Jones with your top story. So there you go. 40 eastbound is now open this morning. Had been closed from exits 226 to 229 since midnight. We're learning now, Tennessee Highway Patrol is saying that these were two separate crashes in the same location. It was determined as well that the crashes are unrelated. Investigators believe at least one person died in each of the crash scenes. So once again, the roadway has been opened up now on I-40 eastbound, closed off from 226 to 229 all morning long. That roadway has now been reopened, and we'll learn more as investigators are trying to figure out what caused these two crashes in the very same area. Some Murray County water bills could be on the rise, and by a lot. Channel 4's Braden Ross on that story.
Columbia Power is asking the Columbia City Council to approve rate increases of 20% per year on their more than 26,000 customers. Over 5 years, that adds up to almost 150%.
Now, that money would fund a project that moves Columbia Power and Water's intake at the Duck River downstream so they can increase the amount of water they intake and solve a water problem in that area. They would also build a new water treatment facility. The project wouldn't be finished until 2029. Columbia City Council will take a vote on the rate changes at a meeting tonight. They would need it to pass on a second reading before it's officially approved. Senators are expected to vote today on two competing proposals meant to take on the rising cost of private health insurance bought on the Affordable Care Act exchanges.
The GOP proposal would have the government putting up to $1,500 a year into health savings accounts, which people enrolled in high-deductible exchange plans could then use to pay for care. Democrats say that plan won't prevent ACA premiums from skyrocketing. They're proposing a 3-year extension of the expiring COVID-era subsidies, something the Congressional Budget Office says would add $83 billion to the deficit. Neither plan is expected to meet the 60-vote bar in the Senate.
That's ABC Stephen Portnoy. Market numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. Well, we've got stocks trading now, and the Dow Jones Industrials are up 191, but the NASDAQ is down 167. We've got the S&P 500 index minus 26 right now. That is the latest news. Stick around for your traffic and weather. I'm Joan Jones, WTN News.
Thank you, Joan. 8:33, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Dan Mandis here for Brentwood Jewelry. We got 2 weeks before Christmas, folks. 2 weeks. Hey, Joan, what's the latest you've ever bought a Christmas gift for your husband?
Christmas Eve day.
All right, so plenty of time to last-minute shop.
Yeah.
And if you need to, go to Brentwood Jewelry because they've got everything, right?
That's where I'm going to send him for me.
Oh, is it now?
You see?
Okay,
You
I
see?
see how that works.
Uh-huh.
So if you're sending him to Brentwood Jewelry for you, then what do you want, Joan? Do you want like a lady's watch? Do you want earrings? What do you want? Because Brentwood Jewelry, earrings, Brentwood Jewelry has, actually, you know what's so funny? You know what Amy threw at me yesterday? So she and I are sitting in In-N-Out, and she says...
And you bought her a T-shirt, a sweatshirt.
I did.
Yeah.
But I looked at her. Okay, so there's like nothing to do. So I'm looking at. Okay, suddenly I'm going to sound creepy, but I'm looking at her ears, and I noticed that she has 3 holes in her ears, but only 2 pair of earrings.
Oh, okay.
And I just, for whatever reason, I'd never noticed that before. So I said, wait a minute, you've got triple piercing. And she said, yes. And she said, well, why don't you wear,
She needs some new
another
earrings.
Yeah, why don't you wear another pair of earrings to fill up that 3rd hole? And she said, well, I'm going to get roasted for saying this. She says, well, I don't have another pair of diamond earrings.
Aha.
So...
Yeah, that fell right into your lap. Like, now you know what you can get for her.
Well, so you know what the funny thing is? So her first pair of diamond earrings is from her first husband.
Oh, you don't want those. It's bad luck.
No. It's her first. It's a whole thing. It is a whole thing. So she wants to keep the first pair, because her first husband was a great guy, right? Is a great guy. So, and she loves her first pair of diamond earrings. So then I went and I bought her another pair of diamond earrings, and now she's holding me hostage for a third pair of diamond earrings. Brentwood Jewelry, here we come.
Amy.
I know, and I got 2 weeks to do it. Brentwood Jewelry. So last minute or not last minute, but they've got watches, money clips, and necklaces. Whatever you need for Christmas, check them out. Brentwood Jewelry online, brentwoodjewelry.com, 7012 Church Street East, located in the heart of Brentwood, just off Franklin Road.
Okay, so once again, 40 eastbound is open at Golden Bear Gateway after having been closed all night long. You've got it open now in that area. However, there were two separate accidents in that same area and 2 fatalities. That's what caused the problems early this morning. But once again, the roadway has been opened up. We do still have problems, though, on 65 on the northbound side in Creve Hall. That's a crash that is in the right shoulder at Harding Place. Very slow on that roadway this morning. Also, a crash in Sylvan Park, Charlotte Avenue at 40th Avenue, Hermitage Avenue, and Chestnut Hill at Peabody Street. Also, southbound on 65 at Metro Center. A crash just now reported past Rosa Parks Boulevard. Traffic every 10 minutes.
All right, 8:39, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. All right, so you know what we're doing? We are bucking. I don't know why everybody gets
I don't know
nervous.
why you have to use that word. Like, why do you have to use it?
We're bucking the company.
I see.
Well, you know, the company's been bucking us for years. What?
At least let us put some lipstick on. We like to look pretty before we get bucked.
So we are. So
that was a South Park reference for
You
the
like
lesser
that?
of you.
You
Yes.
like that?
All right. So anyway, the company gave us a bunch of really lame bumper music for Christmas, and so we are choosing our own.
We're making Christmas great again.
We are making Christmas great again on Nashville's Morning News, and so every day at the coming back from the 35 break, we're playing our own bumper music. So, how do you want to do this? Whose are we doing first? Because we review.
Well, chronologically, probably is the best way.
All right. So I was first. And this is what I brought in. And Chris, you'll love this. Go ahead. This was mine. You would like this. This is a Canadian, Bryan Adams.
Yep.
Listen to how beautiful this is.
It's definitely a vibe.
You hate it, don't you, Chris?
I do.
You know what?
What?
My vibe on Bryan Adams' Christmas is good. Bring that up. All right, we're done. All right, so that's mine, Bryan Adams, and then we had Joan at 6:35. Did you hear this?
No.
This was an epic, absolute train wreckery. Listen to this. Good Lord, man.
Put Bryan Adams back on. What are we doing?
Ow, ow, ow. And so Jane, Joan, when we did this in the 6, she's over there weeping at the beauty of this song.
You were weeping?
She was.
Joan, you wept?
This is I Heard the Bells.
It's not even the best version of that song.
Who was that?
That was Kate Smith.
Kate Smith.
From 1947.
No, it's Kate Smith.
Okay, so
here's the better version of the song.
Oh, this is much better.
Way better.
Way better. Who is this? Who is this?
Echo Smith.
Of course, this is Echo Smith.
Of course. Of course.
It sounds so much better.
Yeah, but she doesn't have the same heft as Kate Smith.
And that's
the
a good
heft?
thing.
She
doesn't have the heft?
Yes.
Is that some kind of fat joke?
No, it's that Kate Smith is all that. She's legendary.
If all that includes sounding terrible.
Hefty.
All right, Joan.
I do like Sam's version of the song. I just will admit that, but
I don't think Joan's won a Christmas song yet, has she?
Sure, I have. I won the first day with Karen Carpenter.
Joan, you know what?
Didn't I?
Joan gets sympathy votes because she's a chick.
She also reaches into the nostalgia basket.
That's a pretty deep basket with Joan.
It is.
You know, maybe if
It's like Mary Poppins' purse.
this radio station employed any other females in the world.
Oh, here we
go.
Oh, my gosh.
Now it all comes out.
We're a meritocracy, Joan.
Joan has the radio station been bucking the female employees?
As a matter of
Gonna
fact,
get you sent to HR.
Am I going to get in trouble? Oh wait, I didn't realize how that sounded.
It sounded way worse.
Why do I do this all the time?
I didn't realize how that sounded.
All right, moving right along. This may be the last day for this bit and my career. All right, so Sam, then you had
Snow in the Holler by Troubadour Blue.
This is good, actually. Bring it up. This makes me want to shoot a gun.
Mm-hmm.
Like that?
It's Christmas with whiskey.
Yes. And cigarettes.
Yeah.
All right, so that's good.
That's pretty good. It's pretty good.
Nashville-based Troubadour Blue.
Troubadour Blue. I love it. Good job, Sam. And I don't say that to Sam very
Somebody's
often.
dog die or like...
We gotta find
there's
something to hate on there.
Right?
So now Joan is trying to talk smack after her terrible choice. Nice try, Joan.
Heard the bells. That's what that sounded like.
Wow. Okay, now time for Chris's. Go ahead.
All right. This is all we want for Christmas is muchos deportaciones.
I already love it.
It says you're going ho ho home on the video.
Wow.
We love ice and we support them.
Why am I hearing like two?
There's like a little trump in the background.
Ramp up those mass deportations.
I love this.
In the video, you got Ilhan Omar getting picked up by a helicopter in a net. You got Tom Homan driving a van.
No kidding. All right, very good. Well done, Chris.
Hold on, you're not gonna stick around for the Spanish verse. There's a Spanish verse.
See.
This is a song for everybody.
It is.
It's the best Spanish Christmas song since Feliz Navidad.
All right. All right. Very good. I love that.
It's just a little fun. It's better than Jones' song.
Absolutely. I think who won?
I see here.
Valerie says Chris for the win, and I like Valerie. So
Well, I don't know because let's see.
76, 79, Chris won.
92, 83. I understand where Joan is coming from. Kate Smith was renowned for her voice back then.
Back then. She probably sounds better now.
Let's
She's
see.
been dead for how long?
Mark, you uncultured swine. Joan has class.
Mark has a crush.
Oh, God.
Mark has an agenda.
Do you know what? Do you know what's unfair about anybody that sides with Joan? Is that we get so many super texts that call Joan hot.
Yeah,
with two
all
Ts.
day
all day
Double
long.
T on the hot.
H-O
and
double T, hotosaurus.
John is so
Jones.
cute.
So it's all based on your looks, Joan.
That's not.
You know what? Just once I would like somebody
This
to
is true.
say, yeah, Dan, people like you because of your looks. Nobody ever does that.
No.
Not once.
I get a lot of people white knighting for Jones' Christmas songs, though.
All right, you know what? We get, 51-94. Joan wins always.
Yep,
Scott,
exactly.
you guys are so mean to Joan.
56-12, anyone but Joan.
76-79 had a comment for Mark. Said, Mark, she's married.
Kate Smith's voice makes you want to kill someone, says James.
Jeez.
Doesn't.
Whoa.
Joan, you're inciting murderous
Whoa.
rage within people.
Congratulations, Joan. I don't think I instill that much passion in people that they want to go out and kill somebody.
Well, I think kill's a little.
You and
much.
Abigail Spanberger.
Jeff said Joan is stunning and brave.
All right, so Chris came in today, and he came in hot. I'm not going to lie.
I was very upset.
Chris is very upset.
I'm
about
very upset
something-
with Dan.
Because.
Okay. I thought Dan and I were friends. I thought we were pals. Like, I thought we were buddies. I
Sure.
really did. I
Absolutely.
really, truly did. And yesterday, that theory was disproven. Debunked, if you will.
He didn't bring you a burger, did he?
It wasn't even about that.
Okay.
It wasn't even about the burger. I don't need the burger. I'm a grown man. Get my own lunch. But I have to find out through social media that you went to In-N-Out Burger.
I'm sorry.
And then I find out that you're texting Matt Murphy. Then I find out you're texting Chad Benson.
Everybody but you, Chris.
Did Brian Wilson get a text from Dan Mandis yesterday?
No, he did not.
I doubt it. I doubt that.
How dare you?
So I had to find out online
Yeah.
that you waited in line for hours upon hours.
Okay, it was 90 minutes, door to burger. That's number one. Number two, they were asking me if I went. They asked me. Chad sent me a note and said, "Are you going to?" I think he actually literally said, "Are you there?" Like knowing that we all knew what he was talking about. I said, "No, I'm not going." Well, then Amy decided that she wanted me to go. I kid you not, I talked about this in the 5. I was in my pajamas. That is how settled into my day I was. You were actually off the air. She came down at about 12, whatever it was.
This doesn't have to do with the radio show, Dan. It has to do with friendship.
So him being off the air means he was available to be reached.
Exactly.
Oh,
Thank
whatever.
You. Thank
know
you.
what, Sam?
Thank you. I didn't have my do not disturb on.
It's going to be a long 4 hours for you tomorrow, Sam. So you know what? You have told me in the past how much you appreciate your solitude and how you don't want to be bothered in your off time. I was just respecting your wishes.
Okay, there it is. There it is.
I think that worked. Joan, did that work?
I bother him all the time.
Yeah, okay. Well, whatever.
She'll be like, what do you think about this Christmas song for tomorrow? And I'll say, it's terrible. Don't
what?
play it. She never listens.
And that's when I play it. Yeah.
I brought you a sticker.
Thank you.
I did.
Thank you.
I got your sticker. It's
So
at
that
home,
means
though.
that your class of friendship is the same as mine and Sam's because he brought us stickers too.
But they're all at home.
So thoughtful.
Yep. But I got a sweatshirt.
Okay, I'm a little disappointed in the sweatshirt.
$45.
I am. I'm disappointed in the sweatshirt.
Me too.
Because there's no Tennessee reference on it.
Okay, you know what?
Also, it's kind of boring.
It is.
What?
Like, honestly, anybody could make that sweatshirt. My grandkids could make that sweatshirt.
All right, I like to see them try. You have your grandkids make
get them
Chris
on the-
Hand an
on the
In-N-Out
loom.
sweatshirt, so he'll be happy and quit complaining.
I'm not complaining. I'm just pointing out that we aren't as close of friends as I thought we were.
You're not angry. You're just disappointed.
Exactly.
Is that what it is?
Exactly. It's just the dad disappointed look that I'm giving Dan.
I also texted Matt Murphy and Chad Benson a picture of me in an In-N-Out hat. You see this?
Oh, nice. You
like
got to get
that?
the paper hat.
There you go. People online. I'll go ahead and I'll post this, although I look kind of silly doing it.
So
But
change your profile picture to it.
you know what? I could. I'm going to change your mind, though, Chris Hand, about In-N-Out. When you go into In-N-Out...
I like In-N-Out. How are you going to change my mind? You're going to try and make me not like it?
No, I didn't know. Didn't you say that you had never had it?
No. Do you listen when does he? We really aren't friends, are we?
He said the other day.
Are you kidding?
He's had plenty of In-N-Out in his life.
When my wife and I went to the Charlie Kirk Memorial, that's all we ate in Phoenix.
Oh, that's right. That's right. Okay.
You don't listen to me at
I'm
all.
old and I'm confused. I don't know what you want from me. Anyway.
Okay.
You walk.
Sharon!
You walk into In-N-Out. They actually have a nice little Bible verse thing. Like it's like a placard on the wall as you walk in. It's a great, prayer kind of a thing. It's great. I love it.
Yeah. You trying to win me back over? Is that what you're doing?
How about if I bring you more than a sticker?
Yeah.
You sound so white.
Wait a minute. If you bring him more than a sticker, what about the two of us that work with you 4 hours a day?
Oh my gosh! Enough about Joan.
This is because Joan, you get enough love from the super text line.
The ask your super texters to bring you in a burger, Joan.
Man alive.
If anybody on the super text line wants to bring Joan in a burger, I'll also take a double animal style.
Animal style is disgusting.
No,
oh my goodness.
You're wrong.
That's the whole point.
Did you hear me yesterday on Matt Murphy had me call into his show, and I was talking about the whole experience, and I was talking about the disgusting nature of animal style.
You're wrong.
I'm not wrong.
Wait, is animal style with the onions and the
the weird spread and all that? It's
not weird spread. It's the In-N-Out equivalent of Big Mac sauce.
Yeah.
Which is awesome.
Okay, so it's gross. And I made the whole point of saying, so my dating advice from me to you people, if you're good.
You might want to George Costanza this, guys. Just letting you know.
The opposite.
You might want to do the exact opposite, but let's hear him out.
If you're out on a date, the last thing you want to do is get something animal style because it is gross and it's filled with onions and everything else. And I'm telling you, that smell is going to be on Amy for days. That's all I'm saying.
Wow.
Now, Chris, if I get kicked out, is it clear that I can't come over and stay on your couch?
Yes, we're not friends. You have made that perfectly clear. Talk to Sam or Joan. I'll tell you what, though.
Yeah.
It might be low-key the best thing to do for a date right now if you got a girl you're really interested in, because you're going to sit in the line for 3 hours.
That's exactly right. I said yesterday they need Fast Pass.
They're committed.
90 minutes. It was 90 minutes.
How much would you pay for a Fast Pass to get to the front of the line?
You know what? I'd pay double.
Double?
I would pay double for a double in 5 minutes.
Okay.
That's pretty good, actually.
Pretty good.
I'd pay double for a double.
I feel like everybody would do that, and the Fast Pass would no longer be fast.
Yeah.
That's a good point.
What happens at the parks?
Yeah. You'd have to up that a bit.
So when are you going to go?
Probably in like a month.
When it all dies down and when Murfreesboro opens up?
Well, Murfreesboro opens today.
Oh, it does.
Correct,
okay.
right?
No, it's tomorrow.
Oh.
Okay.
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow.
Gotta wait.
Probably will be a little bit more crazy in the borough compared to Lebanon.
Oh, the borough is going to go absolutely bananas.
Oh, yeah. Well, because Murfreesboro doesn't have as much as, as much as Lebanon. Like Murfreesboro is like
I think Murfreesboro is better than Lebanon.
Murfreesboro is a hamburger desert.
What are you talking about?
No, I'm just talking.
We got like 4 Whataburgers. We got everything.
I don't think you have 4 Whataburgers anymore.
We do.
One of them closed.
Well, all right. Touche.
Right? All right.
Yeah, one of them did.
How's that for a touche? All right, very good. Are we done? I think we're done because we're running late. Joan, what's coming up in the news?
Tyler Robinson is making his first court appearance in person today. We've got some details on that coming up here at 9 o'clock on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
What did you say?
Super Texter said that you said the In-N-Out made Amy fart. Did you say that earlier?
Nope.
No.
Not that I heard. No.
You know what? God knows what I said.
3217 is hurling accusations your way.
Yeah.
You know what? I may have said that. I don't know. I was on the air with Matt, and I was on like a chocolate sugar high because I'd had the chocolate shake. I may have said anything.
Okay.
Wow.
Amy, I love you.
That
856.
Bigger diamonds.
She's got those 2 holes I'm going to have to fill now.
Clip it. Clip it.
With diamond earring.
Clip it. Clip it.
Dan, just go to commercial for goodness sake.
I have to read a commercial. All right, we're going to play a commercial. And I've got to recover. All right, Sam, play something and we'll be back. What do you get the person that has everything? How about the gift of self-improvement with my friends at Contours? Now, check this out. Right now, they're offering both their Tennessee Famous Belly Buster Special and a facial to battle those fine lines on your face, both for just $150. That is a huge savings. Now, both their Belly Buster Special and their facial treatments powered by cutting-edge and effective red light technology. First 10 callers right now to 615-236-9960. Get that special for $150. 615-236-9960. ContoursLLC.com.